guys. I think I'm here. Don't quote me on that. I'm having to check. I don't know. It's gonna be one of those nights. I just know it. Yep, probably enough. Strange day. Weird. It's bright. I've got to turn it down. Alright. See if there's audio tonight. There is. Awfully low, but it's there. Awfully low, but it's there. Alright. And it is pretty late, y'all. But, well, at least here, anyway. But I thought I'd hop on. It's been a long day, anyway. A weird one. In a string of many, especially the last few weeks. But, years, you could say. Yeah. Last few weeks been something to behold, though. Whatever. Oh, let me see here. I know I have a thing. I know it is. I'm about chilly. Yeah, I am. What else did I do with this? Man. You know what? Forget it. It's fun. It's all fun. So, I believe I was expected sooner or something. And honestly, I wouldn't be giving two shits to respond right now, but wait, what? Ooh. Okay. Well, yikes. Weather forecast. Storms tomorrow. Today, rather, I guess. I think. Whatever. Hold on. Let me get that again. Yeah. Alright. So, you know, I think the last time I was on here the other night, um, late at night, and it ended up shutting down at like 6 hours or something for no reason, and then I had to do a part two. Didn't have to, chose to, I guess. But, um, anyway, I, there was a little interesting bit there. Um, that, had weird universal things not happened. I wouldn't realize it's such a strange, interesting bit. More so than it was hilarious the other day, but oh yeah, it's pretty telling. It's the little things. It's always the little things, ain't it? Big believer in little things. Now, um, I assume great deal of this goofiness is like usual when this group or the little core teams or otherwise um, want to distract or do certain things around certain times. They pump shit out, of course, and that's pretty well known. Um, so I've been trying to be sure not playing that or you know, I really don't want to. Uh, never have. But they've been on it recently, certain days, times, now why. And I'd assume over the last couple of days that they've been on that modulating thing again. They love on their field ass degrees over in the UK and otherwise, or whatever weirdos, wackos, and needful things, whatever all applies. But I would assume it's just me though, right? They thought this weekend would be a good time for several reasons. And one of those being obviously Father's Day and stuff. I mean, might be super vulnerable in my feels. I think they miscalculated that. They've been doing that a hell of a lot for quite a long time. But speaking of which, I enjoyed my Father's Day. It was amazing. Uh, for the most part, other than the weirdness. But Anyway, their goofiness, right? And then the propaganda pushers from the beginning of Doom, they're on the circuit, and semi-wide open in the last few days. Also, supposedly, maybe, possibly, false tips, missions, all kinds of nonsense. Like I said several weeks ago, and leading up to all these things, like, nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna be out here arguing a bunch of nutters. No, I can keep up between them. Cause I don't care about it. But sorry guys, I know I seem a bit distracted, but I'm just gonna curb that because I'm not in the mood. Alright. Okay. So anyway, they seem to be, same thing, different day. But they get a little extra around certain things, like I've always said. And, whatever, you know. Um, I don't know, they're all super whatevers, Super sleuths, super detectives, super ninjas, super monsters, super parasites, all the above. That's what they do over here in, quote, true crime. In this group. Anyway, so, uh, You know, it's just, it gets redundant. It really does. But this has that same feel, like a million times before, but most notably around Van Hill stuff of the McDonough, Michelle, ICU, Ziggy Fred garbage, you know, mixer, and crew that would include Ryan and the rest, and a whole bunch of motherfucking locals fucking around, like always. Um, but same shit, right? Same method, same whatever. I'm like, geez, Louise. You know, and obviously they know that certain locals are, like, they were able to, I don't want to say trigger certain folks doing it and shit, and I don't know, I'm sitting there like, yay, trophies, whatever, but, you know, also, you know, there are certain people that way were obviously fuck around with this group for a while. Um, During certain time periods, and of course this group doesn't want that to be known, and whatever too, right? Or anybody to be believed about that, but the thing is, in the end, nobody has to believe me when, I have fucking proof of it, like, it's undeniable. One day, man, one day. So, they can, I don't care. I just do not care. But, I mean, of course I don't want the world to know what they are. And they're rabbits why we get hit so hard anyway online. And they're hell bent on the destruction of I and family and others around us and certain people in and around all of this in the community. And just like every other high profile, active, ongoing investigation they hit, they don't want the real people, like, they don't want the public to ever see the real neighbors, the real this ones, the real that ones, that they're doing fuck shit to, or this same thing over and over again. They don't want the public to see the neighbors that are mad that they're in there and this and there inside their communities and neighborhoods, causing trouble that won't go away, or doxing them or their families, or screwing with them, or, you know, causing grief, pain, agony, or, you know, they don't want the public to know what they do to so many around each case. They don't want them to catch on or realize it's the same damn thing over and over and over again with this group, and how far reaching it is. And how very destructive it is to quite a few innocent lives, and to the cases and everything. They don't want the public to realize this. And so they try to always silence, and usually manage to silence, those who call them out or dare to speak. So, that's, you know, whatever. But same shit, different day, right? And law enforcement, federal agencies, etc., are very well aware of it. I think most of us with any common sense who went back and looked back and forward through all of these, they have the same playbook. Law enforcement and federal agencies always call them out for it, call them out by name for it, and people just forget, move on, and pretend like the next case going to, like, I just can't with it, man. Oh, but anyway, uh, right now is another cycle. Well, I mean, yeah. And see, there's things about this one that have parts to do with some very long lived things this group and others and other locals been playing in. And they think they're slick and whatever else. And they've been trying some fuck shit for a very long time. I hate that for them, I really do. And, I don't even know why. Like, just whatever, you know. But anyway, I let me see if I can find it here. That's bald. Oh, there. God. Okay. I became aware of this one. Um, and stupid shit that somehow got 14,000 views, which is not peak for them at least, but whatever they gotta do. But, it just gets stupid. It just gets stupider and stupider and stupider and regurgitated nonsense and propaganda. And I love how the public's either oblivious, ignorant, unaware, or that even people who follow like these jackasses forget that they've done this about 63 different times, said the same things about 63 different times, run the same narrative, and then every time they'll pop up every few months and run into something new or twisted or whatever way they want the next time from the way they did the first time. Like, it's, I don't know. I have my doubts about the world at this point, and especially in this space known as true crime. I just, whatever, you know? And since I do sort of want to rest a little bit tonight, I'm gonna try not to stand here forever, and I'm gonna be real legit with you. I don't really give a shit about any of those. You're gonna hear the high notes again, the hit outs at the, making sure things are included in, but then, oh shit, already long ago debunked, known to be proof of everywhere that is fucking bullshit and mostly just stuff to trigger me with. And see if I'll spend 8 hours of my time arguing it online, especially before certain things or anything like that, you know. I'm not gonna do that. Um, so, whatever. I'm just not. And that's sort of part of the intent of all this, too. And, like I said earlier, 6 hours, rinse, repeat, redundancy, SSDD, I'm not complaining. Because, see, there's real things here on the real ground connected with this crap. Just like last time, this group was laying in with this one in particular after they were fucking around other shit. And then they probably oopsied a bit too much. And they're in their feels about that, plus whatever. But things are moving in a way that on the ground seems to be shaking quite a bit, and they're in an awful goddamn big hurry suddenly over the last couple weeks, and in their asses about something. Now, I think there needs to be a note and a pin here, though. I think that ground crews, squirrel teams, squirrel team 6, um, local fucker rounders with, and this fucking bastardized group of detectives and wimp sleuths, I'd say that Girl, her is just probably the dumbest thing you could have done, but definitely been spending a bit more time compiling on it lately than this bullshit online. 'Cause it matters more. Right. Not a whole host of those have, you'd think you people, would have a bit more to worry about recently, um, than playing with YouTube and otherwise all fuck shit you're doing in a hurry. Uh, yeah, I know you do, actually. I know that you have things that, probably should be like first on the list instead of fucking around me and mine, etc. But hey, what do I know? And maybe that's all part of it, ain't it? I don't know. But by the looks of it, I'd say I've got a whole host of shit to worry about that far bigger. Man. What the hell you doing with YouTubers and whatever else around all this lately? Hmm? Yeah. And honestly, it seems like got a little worried about that, or two or three things recently too, because well, that just seems to sound that way. I don't know. Y'all do you, man. Anyway, so this, I don't even know what to call her at this point. So many names for it. Whatever, right? Um, UK psycho got her ass fired as shit perhaps whatever because like she got her ass online threatening to murder people over goddamn cheese sandwiches she herself was on about, or like killing her dogs, or forcing minor children, like veganism, saying she was going to use her degree and had been emotionally and psychologically manipulate others with. I don't know. Who fails at all debate? I don't know. And then she just suddenly moved into true crime because she wouldn't make it in that vegan fight sector club they got going over and everything else. And she realized there was more in true crime, and now she's trespasses on fields. Well, sort of. Because in the UK, they're trying to make laws to stop people like her from just ruining people's fields. But anyway, that's what she does every day with two dogs in tow, knowing they actually do emotionally manipulate people into coming back to channels. So she's using whatever degree or not degree she has. Depends, because, you look at the university, all things are somebody with the same name, but doesn't look at it. I don't know. Y'all just do what you want to with it, but, what is the problem? It's what I do. And then, of course, this group uses those like her because they're overseas, like they use Sharon's there or whatever, to do the dirtiest bullshit because it's harder to touch it with lawyers or civil stuff, or seriously just do their own thing. It's their roles in true crime. Notice about how often they do anything over in their home countries or anything else. About zero. And if they do, they talk about them in different ways. It's because their own countries have laws against that tragedy pimping shit. And they have bounds set in place like reasonable goddamn places should, but apparently U.S. just be lacking. Um, but anyway, notice that. right? And they do know the difference because if they do cover their own, they behave differently around them, but they know there's money to be made inside of U.S. based cases, and it pumps up more, and crypto and whatever else flows. You name all the criminal shit they get into internationally, and it gets weird and bizarre. It sounds crazy as shit, but it ain't. Anyway, sorry guys, this is getting a little chilly. So, whatever, right? Rinse, repeat, SSDD. I'm not gonna spit on that, explain it. All these people suck. Okay? If, yeah, they just suck. Okay? So, I believe the title is, well, of course, it's got Summer's name in it. And, Summerall's died on Saturday. Huge tea spills McDonough, Frenzy. I don't know what the fuck the rest of the title is. I don't really give a shit. Something like that, though, right? Something dark side bullshit. Has given me the confidence that. So we don't know what's important. You mean Ziggy and Fred Michelle after dark hasn't? Hold on. Now, you know, I didn't catch this part of LortAMercy and Fred's amazing call with McDonough or whatever, right? That he encouraged being put out recently, and between 600 bullshit and lawsuit, everything, I just can't. But anyway, so apparently we've just got another out of the blue fake fight going. God forbid, I hope like a Scott H and a Tiffany Marie fake fight to take down the last slide where McDonough was fake. Like, is that what got going, or is it a Molly Golightly Tiffany 7 fake checks shit, or is this a ginger snap Tiffany? Is this a Scott was fake doxed at a Discord shit? What do we got going here? How many of these we seen? I am in no mood. All right, and I just no. I don't think so, but it's weird. This was included in the call from supposedly December. Right. I mean, and then even if it is, the thing is, you calculate that into the Van Hill stuff, and shit just gets real weird, don't it? Yeah. Especially considering what Michelle got up to in that fuck shit. And doing one after the next, after the next, after the next. And apparently this group knew other people were watching and had eyes on. It wasn't me, though. And had them on their stupid ass feels, believing stupid ass shit. That ain't a me fucking problem. That's all y'all fucking problem. But, yeah. Anyway, I guess we're to believe there's some sort of Michelle fight or whatever going on over there. Or hell, maybe they're all fighting over the same cheese, right? But if you take note of these days, if any of it's actually like during when they said, it has a strange feeling it concerned how shit landed with Ryan and how many days after this all that would have been and all the bullshit, right? And Michelle playing it at the time too. Now, you'd have to be a moron to believe any of it, though, because, well, they all share the same people doing the same shit for them locally. Otherwise, all the things. Hey, but it looks good if Michelle and McDonough are into it at that time, hint, wink, or even now. Now, y'all know McDonough don't necessarily go around either, tarnishing his public rep on other creators talking about everything. So it's real weird he included this anyway. But then again, his ego. It's like he's trying to change these days on me. Like, I think, oh, well, about the time of the video stuff, he got along, was like, equestrian group. I said equestrian group. No, bitch. I know what you said. You said Equal Search fucked up your shit. And Cadis was going to confess. I know what the fuck you said to me, clearly. Blind bastard. Now, so, there are times, at least behind the scenes he's known to do it, but Yeah, I don't know what his bender would have been with Michelle and all that, I don't know. Especially as they knew everybody was playing everything. But whatever they want to do between one another and then whatever they want the public to believe is fine. It's all fine. And then Michelle's ego was like, oh no, nobody can say anything about Michelle. She don't like that stuff. She has problems. They all have problems. I mean, everybody's got problems. Don't get me wrong. With these people, oh boy. Oh boy. You know? That's what you get when you get a fucking cesspool full of nothing but monsters and of all varieties, pretend to be creators, detectives, web sleuths, OSINT, whatever, That's the fuck you get. Anyway, we're gonna carry on, I guess.
Oh gosh, we don't know what's important.
You mean Ziggy and Fred? Michelle After Dark hasn't figured this out?
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, don't even get me started.
All right, well, you all have a good
You
night.
too.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you,
time.
Chris.
Okay. Okay.
And since it's about this colonist, she's gonna do, I just want to go back to the first part of this live when I was talking about there's something I became aware of in the past 2 or 3 days. Since listening to the portion I did of Tijuana's and Fred's bullshit, when, I was on live, I was like, holy shit, why is Ziggy going to the box? And Fred was like, Sibber, right? Oh, but then I became aware of something because something I accidentally parked in front of while I know was right and didn't notice we were there. So, makes perfect sense now. What doesn't make sense is why Ziggy and Fred, they were supposedly after a certain monster, hardcore all these years over nonsense that we all know is not even legit. But Monster seems to be willing to play in and then play the victim of whatever. To me, that means that Ziggy, McDonough, everybody else during this period knew clearly what Monster was, rolling about him and wanted to make the distinction. Which goes back to Monster appearing in chats and all the weird shit happening since 24 or so. And it actually means that Ziggy and him are trying to protect Monster. Now, you make that fucking math work. I'll wait. Oh, but it gets better, though. It gets so much better, dear locals and otherwise, when you put all the pieces together in a compiled manner. Especially a bunch of locals fucking around on where they shouldn't have been and shouldn't be, and fucking people they shouldn't have been and still shouldn't be. And trying to dopehead sleuth or whatever the fuck it is you sons of bitches are doing. And have been doing for quite a while. Plenty things, blue van things, fucking, I just can't. There's so much to that, isn't there? Anyway, we might talk about that a bit more here in a little bit. But we're going to carry on for now.
Fred, and Fred doesn't put the word up to him. You say my name again, and he'll kill you.
Introducing new Ben & Jerry's ice cream bars. Put a stick in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, twice yearly prep is here. One office visit every 6 months, 2 times a year for
Fred, and Fred done put the word out to him. You say my name again, and he'll kill him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is...
Well, welcome to another video that she's doing. And places don't belong to her. People are trying to get laws enacted across the UK, so this sort of shit can't get done. I would love to know if she's ever donated to that fella whose fields, or the several people those fields belong to. And you remember way back in the day when she tried to make you think that all those belonged to her family, all these other things, right? That was wild. That story changed over years. But anyway, I'm always curious if, like, at the end of every year or something, she doesn't, like, throw a guy a few bucks for making so much fucking money. Walking her little doggies to manipulate y'all and pull you in, this, like, just to reseed or to take care of the land or anything. Do you think she gives him anything for that, or for making bank every day by using his field to help manipulate the public with the doggies and whatever else, right? You think she does? I'm gonna say no. Anyway, carry it on.
Monday morning, the 20th of June. And I got a mention. Listen, guys. I got a mention in the never heard before December 2025 call between retired detective Chris McDonough and Fred Hill, Ziggy.
And I gotta tell you something. Y'all done fucked up my algorithms, y'all. You did. Alright? This morning, I got up after like an hour. Before I could even pull the menu, man, my phone thing, it automatically does the news. Says something about Guthrie's case and retired detective says something, and I was like, man, there's only one dumb motherfucker, and it's from E! Entertainment. It was something. I was like, dude, I know it. It has to be. There's only one that runs. Oh my god, no way. Has to be though. I didn't get my glasses on. I was like, I gotta know. And I touched the button, and yup, it was this jackass. I was like, of course it is. You know, of course it is. The only thing missing there were a few frauds and dupe payers, you know. Anyway, carried on.
Regarding Summer Wells, right at the end, in the last minute, I got a mention. I'll play that again with the context behind it.
This is what the cops told you a long time ago. If you can get them to tell you what happened, then that's gold. You know, that's gold. So anyway, I'm gonna let you two run. You've got my number. I'm so grateful to get to meet you. Sorry under these circumstances, you know, and you know, if you need anything, you've got my phone number.
Yeah,
okay.
And same to you. If you have any questions, like let's say somebody comes to you with information, and anything that you want to ask Fred about, you know, always feel free. You know, because. That's why I wanted you to know this information in case you come across any other information and it's like, wait, that sounds familiar, you know, and if it helps, like anything.
And y'all think it's a little weird taking me years to even know Fred, like, he's oblivious to the fact that Fred's learning. And then to do this around that particular time and day, it's a little funky. Then what came after, within a few short days and weeks. If this day holds true, and then recently encouraging Ziggy to release it, and it's the only thing she really does after her and 60, whatever, and I don't know, whatever, you know. And then all it being full of nothing but Andy and I, and da-da-da-da-da, and whatever else, right? I'm like, wow, okay. And it was full on bullshit, right? Yeah. Can't tell me otherwise. Cannot tell me otherwise.
Put the puzzle pieces together, you know what I mean? Because we don't know what's important.
You mean Ziggy and Fred, Michelle After Dark hasn't figured this out?
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Don't even get me started.
All right. Well, you all have a good
You
night.
too.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you,
time.
Chris.
There was no mention of me. Ziggy didn't bring me up. And as far as I know, Ziggy's only had a problem with me in the last, I don't know, a little bit. She got upset with me about something or other. I've never had a bad word to say about Ziggy. Or Chris, to be honest. I used to really support.
Hey, look, if they publicly separate, they pretend they're all fine. Maybe Ellie or others won't look at them like, hey, what all were you doing and in cahooting together with certain shit? Michelle, McDonough, Z, Fred, and others, how far and better were you? And where the fuck is ICU in that type of crew? We would like answers, please, for what kind of absolute anarchy you may have caused. Oh my god, it's public. They must not actually be doing any of this shit together. Oh dear, I love it. It's amazing. Rinse repeat. Alright, carry on.
Back in the early days, I used to really support Chris. And then I kind of thought, things aren't really adding up with the stepsisters. Not that I disbelieve them, but as in, Don getting prosecuted. Thought, statute of limitations, and, people were telling me the statute of limitations have run out in Utah, and, all right, so.
I don't know. Seems to me that most of that problem was that McDonough acquired them through Tiffany Marie and others. And essentially took care of Don's problems by letting others run amok, making them look a certain way as public, making them want nobody touch them in 10-foot ball. You think Don would be better friends with McDonough at this point? Because McDonough's insertion basically meant that there'd be nobody was going to touch out with a 10-foot ball. I don't know. There's often weird stuff like that in all the cases McDonough touches on. It seems like those that I won't have anything to do with him initially, too. They're being eaten live online this there, unless, I don't know, eventually, though, if they talk to him or the crew or whatever else, they're, done differently. Strange how it works in almost every case, ain't it? I don't know. This crew has habits, man. Handy dandy notebook ones. Carried on.
Weren't really adding up. Obviously, Don didn't get prosecuted for the stepsisters. Again, not that I disbelieve them, but I just thought it was weird. It was really weird that they brought me up right at the end. So, no, I haven't figured this out, but neither has anyone else. Neither have the cops. How would I figure something out when I don't have access to, the entire discovery? But neither does Chris, and neither does Ziggy, neither does Fred. So.
Are you sure? Because the way he made it sound in the beginning, and the way he was talking to us and making all of us, they were trying to, he was working hand in hand with. And then recently, he had to make it clear in the last few days. He just decided to launch his own investigation. What the hell? Makes total sense for a professional law enforcement to do immediately, while all federal agencies and every dream team in the world you could think of were involved in the case. But yeah, I'm starting my own damn investigation. It's high profile, active, very like he does everyone. Yet he has a thing where you pay dues, and it's called cold case. Okay, we're all the fucking cold cases, man. Oh, anyway, whatever. Oh, wait, that's right. He wants to embed and insert in all these. Fuck with him so hard that he has people like Seth and him, or others asking Don and him to have law enforcement make it or to turn it over to a cold case so they can work it. Because and then the public outcry built over around his team and this YouTube sector is. It's cold, law enforcement ain't saying nothing, it ain't this, they ain't doing that, whatever, and it's whatever, and turn over to cold case, McDonald's. So, Same thing in every high-profile active case just about this dude touches in. Now, you make that make sense. He just comes in, decides to do whatever every time, and makes messes, fucks me with this group, and then Ellie shuts down information coming on this there, even the families know there's he and his motherfucking team, quote, acquire, like Seth and Sebastian's, whatever. And then he starts to call up and gripe from audiences and all these other things to turn it over to cold case. What? See what I'm saying here? There's a problem here. I wouldn't think there was if it was just like a one-off, but this is a continual pattern that keeps happening. I find it rather fishy.
None of us can figure it out because we don't have access to any information that could possibly lead us to an answer. Well, the cops do have full access to this discovery, and they can't work it out either. Nobody knows what happened.
How can you say something like that? You can't. You just yeeted it out in the universe. You say something, man. You say something. Just tell the bubble cat, I guess.
To then 5-year-old Summer Moon Utah Wells, who was last seen outside of her home in the Beach Creek community of Hawkins County. She was reported missing around 6:30 p.m. on June 15th, 2021.
Handcrafted, hearty food makes your stomach full. But eating together, that's what makes your heart full. McAllister's Deli. Taste togetherness.
Spring. Things out here have gotten a little too comfortable. It's time.
On June 15th, 2021. And 5 years later, we are still here, with no one knowing what happened to Summer Wells, except the person or persons that is responsible for her disappearance. Chris McDonough thinks that's Don. Okay, he's always had Don in his sights. I think Don knows. Personally, I think Don knows. However, there's a whole lot more suspect stuff going on. And maybe Chris has been following it all. Maybe he knows everything that I know. But, yeah, interesting. Anyway, Jodie Sue is currently playing The Call. Now, this is part 1, and I'm right at the beginning. I'm about, an hour in. An hour and a bit in. But she's currently live as I record this. I'm recording this at 9:21 a.m. my time. So it's middle of the night in Tennessee. And Jodie Sue is live with part 2. So I've got over 6 hours of this to listen to. And then I'll get on to part 2. So that's my day filled. I'm glad that I can listen to this in my ear.
That's wild considering her horse shit for quite a long time now. She ain't time to listen. She don't listen no more. So what was so amazing about this shit? Listen, not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. And I highly doubt she did. It's like always, she scans through, she picks something. Her people toss her out whatever clip and timestamp. She walks outside on somebody else's field with 2 dogs, makes peace, acts like blah blah blah. Alright? I think all of us are pretty well aware of how she does, quote, tragedy business over there and how she has for years. And she makes it seem like she puts a lot of effort into it, though, and spends her time. Nah. She's got a bunch of groupie weasels that do all the shit for her and eat it out, and then she just pumps out one of these or 3 a day on like 45 channels. It's about the sum and total of it's the way she's always been, you know. So, whatever. But it's wild where it's been until this, you know. I don't watch, I don't listen to them, I can't stand oh, but now this one, I don't know, like, come on. No. No.
Well, I'm doing other stuff and I can put it on 2 times speed. But Jodie Sue, she's only right at the beginning of this call. She's gonna flip. If she listens to the whole thing, she is going to flip. She's gonna freak. Now, the bit.
Oh, well, whatever it is, I'm glad it amuses you, the thought of me flipping out or freaking out or something, right? Like, you're getting your titties off on it, lady. Oh, she listens to all of it. She's gonna flip. She's gonna freak. Yeah, guess what, bitch? I still ain't listened to all of it, because it's always the same shit. All of you. You know, hit the high notes that you can trigger bets, do this, manipulate kids, this, whatever that, family members, obits, whatever the hell, right? Was this supposed to make me curious enough for man enough to go finish the rest of it, listen to what Hello, Ziggy and Fred and McDonough got up to together, and then release right before all this crap, and then things, all the little ground squirrels, critters, locals, dope heads, etc., and a circuit, you know, got going on? Everybody shaking? Well, I hate that for all of y'all. That is not a me fucking problem. That's y'all problem, and I don't give a flying shit what Ziggy and Fred said in there. Or what you're giggling about, because you would have found it. Doesn't that speak a lot about her, though? Like, she thinks there's something so bad in there and terrible that I was gonna flip. I was just gonna freak, and she finds that highly fucking amusing. As a supposed professional of mental health, or like whatever the hell this psychologist, something she can no longer do or anything over in her own country, that amuses her. Y'all think about that for just a second. Do you think that would be the appropriate emotional state or you know, mindset of anybody in psychological behavior backgrounds that are professional anyway, to be happy and gleeful that someone else is going to be fucked with in that way and to find it amusing? Yeah, you can't make that add up, right? Nope. No. But yeah, y'all gonna miss me as the tragedy pimp season turns here with this nonsense, cause no, I don't. Y'all just always do the same things, right? And all those same things always include my children, my family, obits, certain holidays, monster, abuse, swearing up down suspect or POI, Andy and the selling of, or Andy and Summer's body thing, or you know, the pool thing, or this thing, or whatever, that goes all the way back for years, and y'all been doing over and over and over and over and over again, and most of it's bullshit. You all built it, you narrated it, you scripted into creation, and you lying to the public like you've always been, and I mean, it's just the way it is. And it began with y'all using my children with several social media platforms. Come on, Tiffany Marie Fustos, the rest, the hunting crew of McDonough, a dumbass post by Monster MIL, etc. Candace Dawn eating us out. The YouTube, whoever the fuck they were talking to within 24 hours in their business continuing, so they could look here and look there and look at everybody else's butt, and so they don't get hung, you know. Well, they're having themselves a fantastic fucking time. And then you go all the way back to, you know, the platform and shit. You go back to Squall and Candace. You go back to Squall and BK and Tiffany and Penny. The Discord shit. 2 McDonald's deep, etc. The whole crew there. 423. You know, da 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 da. You know, all the characters. Snap. Camille. Whole nine. You know, whatever. And the fake Fed, of course. All the fuckery. And you know, but you go back to origin points and you get a Candace and a Squall and using blackmail, featuring my children, and then that bullshit call by 423 with Tiffany that was edited, all that crap. This was, fuck them, like outing all their bullshit and they had to find another way to redo, and I mean, just all that stuff applies, but definitely the blackmail, attempts that Squall was gonna make my son look like XYZ if I didn't go tell all I knew. And that shit ain't stopped in all these years. It has not, and you all continue to use it, and you're sorry bastards for doing so. And, you know, it just never stops and everything like that. It's the minor child, it's all these other things. Both, and then Fred Ford, you know, with pool stuff, and sorry, it's not true. Even Candace Nunn told y'all, nope. And then, of course, you have the bullshit with, like, Squall and chasing and camming in with shit already debunked that my son was whatever and whatever on the property months later, right? Creeping around. He was not. Not sure happened, but they did have tweakers featured up on 110 from before the boys were overtaken that were chasing people down with weapons and tweaked the fuck out chasing shadow people on other neighbors' properties. You had that happening. But yeah, anyway, so, and it was debunked long before they made it a thing again, so let's just get that out of the way. It was already debunked. They picked it back up, put it back into existence, even though there's proof and evidence otherwise. Even Candace Stone says it's not, you know, and that, you know, but this group continues to go with it. The world keeps believing it. It ain't right. It ain't cool. But it's one of the high notes, right, that they try to hit to trigger bitch. And so let's just, and just to get it all out of the way, Andy never said he seen Summer's dead body. This bitch and everybody else knows what was actually said. It's over here on my channel if you'd like to hear it yourself. And anybody who's been around long enough knows the real story. And so that's all horse shit, but it didn't keep them from trying to make content, hoax calls, saying, you know, from it and that portion of saying Andy was living here and da-da-da, and Summer's body was like all this other crazy shit they've done with that too. But they damn well know that Penny and the first crew of McDonald's, you know, were all, they hid all that shit and then narrated that crap up to Trigger Bitch Monster and to coming and being acquired and whatever, and just behind the scenes realize beating the shit out of me for pay for play, you know, and all these other things, and then it's just gone obviously worldwide since, and it's not a damn bit true. And let me see, what else is there? Oh, and in this, I know that this dumb bitch will tell you that she heard me say that Andy said Summer died on a Saturday. Never said, what the fuck? No. But she ain't got, if you ever hear this motherfucking hoe bag ever tell you, well, I ain't got the clip right now, but I swear I heard that. She's full of shit like Christmas turkey. And you can tell there's her tones early. Look, if you watched her enough, you know. Alright, you know. And she thinks she's smooth and good at this, so as this group. People do buy it, unfortunately. But she knows better. And for the most part, what I can tell about these videos, like most things, she's just taking the same regurgitated nonsense and just regurgitated some more with a new name, new twist. And she's also sharing, wow, and this is brand new news. There is nothing I say in it that she's latched onto in these last two vids that is new, amazing, spilling the tea, not already known, ain't already been said eons ago. But if she says, it's new, it must be, right? It's amazing. It's not. And she knows it. You can go back through her collection of horse shit through the years and see that for yourself. But she's heard me say these things before, and she drove a different narrative and propaganda off of them at different times. And this week's is this horseshoe again. So it's this whatever. And that it's happening again with her pumping out one video after the next during this time period. And this being what Ziggy and Fred choose to do right back online, and McDuck and the ground crew doing what they're doing in the past few weeks. And, all the things occurring. Everybody being in all that hurry, like their asses are on fire. So, like, it's pretty wild. They're a little worried about something. And then you got one another supposedly doing weird shit around LA again that they always do with one another. Yeah, it's just, same shit, different day, man. So anyway, whatever she says, take it, leave it, don't believe it, don't. I don't give a damn if you're that gullible and stupid and you don't want to listen people themselves, or you don't want to take 10 seconds and look back at her own shit and see that she's just redoing things she already knows have been said, and she's feeding it out to dumb bastards who really think it's new news, spilled tea, will buy whatever context or twist and she's put on it at a different time. Then so be it if that's entertaining for you. I don't find it entertaining. Nobody in and around any of these high-profile, active, ongoing investigations finds this type of shit entertaining to their real lives. Though I guess many around the world do, disturbingly enough. At least think that watching, interviewing it is somehow fucking entertainment. Let on blood sports, man. Who gives a shit, right? Everybody gets to check out. Little X is up there. And then they just get to come, go to sleep, they get to do whatever and talk about the water cooler. And, don't care that they're contributing to these people. And the watching it just really is annihilating real lives and real things and real communities around these cases. And hell, I think a lot of them actually do realize that, and they enjoy that fact. So, whatever, man. But, yeah, anyway, so we're just gonna carry on. I don't want to take on this shit, alright? You get my point, right? And I do have a point at the end of these. So I'm just gonna let her run with whatever the fuck her stupid mouth wants to run with. I don't care at this point.
Stop that. So an hour and a bit in, she's not sure she's even going to play it all. So I don't know. I don't know whether she does or not. I'm on tenterhooks here. But if she does, well, she's going to flip. Because she's right at the beginning and she's already spilling tea about Fred. And this was just Chris getting to know Fred. And they bring...
Right. Chris McDonald's entirely unaware who fucking Fred is, and he ain't watched him nothing else through all the years, and he's like, sure, Michelle. I love that the public will eat shit like this and just be like, yum, yum. Carrying on.
Andy. So, Andy's name's mentioned. Jodie Sue marks it at 3 minutes and 20 seconds in, and they just keep going on about Andy. I mean, Ziggy and Fred are obsessed that Andy is connected to Summer Wells' disappearance, and he was on the road that day. Andy swears down he wasn't. Andy was at work. Andy has an alibi. Andy allegedly was on camera at work. Now, we haven't seen it, but the cops have seen it. The cops know Andy wasn't on the road on the afternoon of June 15th, 2021. I honestly think Fred has made a mistake. An honest mistake that he believes Andy was on the road on
Honest hell.
15th, but it was actually the 14th when Jackie Dobbs was there, because Andy was there in the afternoon of June 14th.
Me being a soldier, I know my daughters look at me as a hero, and what I'm trying to do is provide them the blue.
So whether Fred's made an honest mistake or whether he's intentionally, skipping a day, I don't know. But Geordie Sue is spilling the tea about Fred.
No, I'm not. And she knows this.
Stealing.
Hey, but it got her, I don't know, 14,000 you dumb bastards lured in to like her shit or whatever, I hate that for all of y'all.
From Andy's grandma. So this was, I think Fleda is Andy's grandma. Correct me. Spilling the tea about Fred stealing stuff from Andy's grandma. So this was, I think Fleda is Andy's grandma. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody. I've got all the genealogy. I could just go and look. But
no, sweetheart, you don't. Neither do any of the others with their little genealogy charts. You do not. None of y'all have the legit that, like, there ain't no way in hell any of y'all could ever hope to do any of that. Nah. Most of us look at your whole shit and laugh, so I guess you go look. But anyway, point is, none of you do. And, other than basic stuff, but no.
Apparently, according to Fred, Andy went to live at 125 Ben Hill Road when he was a kid.
And don't you love how that is, like, why do you even have that on people, like, or nothing, and have never been named as anything anyway? Why are you so fucking invasive in people's shit, dude? Why do you feel that's okay? Why does the public feel that's okay? But I do love your crowd manipulation, making them feel like they're participating and helping you so they come back. Tool bag there. Hey, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, and then it makes them feel like they can use Google and do whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong, and then if they do that, and like, oh God, Michelle coming back, or I'm helping, and then just keep coming back to eat more of your shit. It's amazing.
Geordie Sue is saying that Andy and her went to live at 125 because Fred was up there with a backpack stealing stuff from her property. Now, we've heard before, I think from Don, correct me if I'm wrong, that Fred was a thief. Geordie Sue said,
For starters, after I became aware of Fred's shenanigans online after ignoring him for the longest, if I listened to the fucking asshole, I was like, holy shit. And then I sorted out that, but it's still fairly early on. This is not new news. This is not hot or spilled tea. I've said it for years that Fred was stealing from over. Fred steals from everywhere. Well, and I'll tell you, there's a few times though, Don and Fred were doing some shit together too. But you'll hear Don's tones change around it though. He wants to point the big bad name. Oh, Freddy going on a golf court and steal stuff. I've heard about, yeah. It's the tone changer. It should tell you everything you know, and how Don's talking about it usually means some things. But whatever, right? Carrying on. But no. Why would the guy who has a fucking, like, criminal history of breaking in burglaries and shit like that be associated with Fred the burglar? No, Fred the burglar's the big bad neighbor. He goes through a golf cart. I've heard things. Yeah, but you have. Right along with him, Holmes. So, but yeah, just whatever. This is not spilled or hot tea. Shit, some of us have said for years. She's done pieces on prior. Ain't the first time to talk about Fred and several backpacks either. But yeah. Right? Yeah, 14,000. Y'all wanna watch this shit again? It's so big with a new twist on it. But I don't care. You do that for Michelle. And I hear she's close to a silver button, or maybe she already got one. I don't know. Don't care. Let me see here. Yeah, don't care. But there's a reason they're doing that this close and to certain things, and right now. Felt like they were Van Halen other times, Thurman McDonough, Ziggy Fred. Yeah, no. Y'all gonna miss me with this shit. Make no mistake about that. Carrying on.
Horse thief. But, listen.
This reeks of Fred remembering moments. Right? The reason he is saying it, is because his brain is clicking into the reason we actually moved to down there. One of, and the main reason.
So, main reason they moved to 125.
Hey, if she shows you on the screen and tells you the timestamp for it, it makes it seem like she's done work, she's actually listening, she's doing things, instead of actually just one of her helpful people letting her know overnight while she's asleep the timestamp to go to and find the thing, right? Yeah, the group getting together and doing things. Yep. Or that morning when she wakes up, and I'm still whatever it is, Makes y'all think she's doing it all by herself, though, right? Hard worker. Amazing web sleuth detective degree holder or something. There's a reason she does that, y'all. There it is. Carrying on.
Was because of you, Fred. Yeah, you. And you know it. And I've said it. That's why your little brain's latching on to, you fucking jackass. Why on earth was it again that we had to move there? One of the reasons, anyway. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because during broad daylight, you had a habit of going with your little backpack, and other shit, and being caught stealing.
From now on, Freddy's going to be called Dora. Dora the Explorer. Creeping through the woods. Being caught.
No, we called Justin that. McDonough and IC's bitch who Nancy Grace kicked teeth in for fucking with videos around Sebastian's case. After, Trevor and Bell's acquired Seth and all that shit, of course, and everybody treated Chris and him like whatever, and still do, because they won't cooperate and play along with tragedy films for the most part. Yeah. No, we gave Justin the handy dandy Dora notebook a long time. I'm sorry, no. But shit's taken.
The backpack full of goodies.
From your own family, of course, but Andy's memo. Yep. And who called you that, Fred? Oh, yeah, that's right, Andy. And we were both there. You were whopping your ass down here with a backpack full of shit, right? And we weren't the only ones that were catching you broad daylight, 24 hours a day, still in the antiques, all the shit. You could manage it and out around all the buildings, house, this, there, da. Your fucking junky bullshit and otherwise.
Oh, I can just picture it. Fred creeping along with his backpack. I'm just going for a walk.
So,
It's called rooking. Right?
And the thing about it is, though, right? There's things around those times and dates and others who seem to be super interested and had knowledge of certain things that, as shit was flowing freely through circuits and rings and shit. Some of those, wildly enough, fuck around with and playing whatever with who lately? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, Walking or running with a backpack of weights. Right, it's got a name. It's called rucking. So, Dora the Explorer, aka Fred Hill, he's out rucking.
And by the way, she wasn't in a nursing home yet. And she wasn't for a long time after we even moved there. To curb heavier bullshit. Right, buddy? And bro, they like backpacks. You do have habits, don't you? Yeah, so that's sticking there, huh? But you're wrong again. You're wrong again.
Adventure isn't just where you go, it's what you learn along the way. At Radford University, adventure happens in clinics, classrooms, labs, and outdoors. Plan your visit. You'll see.
You are the Queen of Dragons. Cut down any who resist you. None will stand against us.
Oh dear. Alright.
On emotions and things? Because we all seen you wearing Jim's blanket while trying to fuck Rat. While Fred was in jail and you thought he couldn't see stuff.
Oh dear. She's on form. She's on form. Jodie Sue hates me, but listen. Jodie Sue has said some suspect stuff, but if she's on the level, if she is completely and totally innocent, she's been really pretty useful. But then again...
Oh. Man, I don't care enough about you to hate you. Not these days. Like, I despise you. But in a zone where I really just do not give a fuck about you on any human scale, so whatever. Like, to me, you aren't. You're a goddamn monster. You're one of the worst human beings I've ever seen on this planet, sucking fucking air up and taking oxygen some good human being could use. Like, seriously. Other than that, I really don't give a fuck about you. And I hate that you are such a terrible human being. And that's only because you were hurting at least 14,000 people's little brains with this shit. And what you do for your own gain and detriment of, well, the fucking world and their little brain pans, you know it. And what that does to them lifelong wise and the ability to, I can't with you. You suck. You're bad for humanity. And I mean that from the very bottom of my soul. Alright? I'm just one of those people where I think that it's an unfair universe where people like you get every day out and fuck around and harm the world and bring so much bad into it. And other people and little ones, they just never get a chance at life, or their lives end terribly or tragically, and they could use the air you breathe, and the universe sees fit to keep someone like you on it and not them. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So anyway, carrying on here.
All lying. If she's on the level, if she is completely and totally innocent, she's been really...
Yes, ma'am. I absolutely am, and so are my children that you keep fucking with, and otherwise. Nobody on 125 had anything to do with Summer vanishing. Nobody hurt her or her brothers in any way, or any other children. So, yeah, you and the rest of this crew for all these years have been going look here, look there for you and your crew and content and gain. And for the Wells themselves and their goddamn stupid team, that is you all. And for a bunch of goddamn dopehead locals that run a circuit all around the country and then some. And, well, I don't know what to fucking tell you otherwise. And, of course, your own criminal organization operating in and around, several countries and cahooting together crypto and politics to true crime, swapping money, dirty money laundering, rubbing hands with real dark shit. Because where there's all that, there's real criminal activity, and obviously you all are those. So you do what you want to do with that, but, yeah. Yeah, man. You, McDonough, and everybody else from, day one. All your acquisition teams, the Fustoses, the Tiffany's, the goddamn Chris McDonough's, the goddamn Humvees, whatever else is from fucking down there, the goddamn Linders, the Peonies, the Scott H's, the fucking Coffindorfers, the fucking whatever else is on here. All of you been dead wrong, and you still damn dead wrong. You know? And you know it. That's the fuck shit of it. You all know it. You know that you do this in every high profile case. You have zero concern about the lives or cases you destroy or embed or insert in or hunt people down for money. I mean, like, y'all are fucking evil. But, yeah. Yeah, I hate to say it's still world and all of you like Michelle's and lower and higher and everywhere in between. You've been targeting all this time, just like you do in every high-profile case. You pick a neighbor, pick an innocent teen, pick a witness, pick this, pick 3 or 4 or a dozen of one or another. You do all the same shit in every case, right? But, yeah, it turns out for all these years that y'all been targeting the hell out of absolutely innocent people and innocent fucking children and decimating them all and leaving shit online to live forever that puts them in harm's way, danger every day, threats every fucking day, possibilities of being murdered because of what y'all put online every fucking day. Yeah, that's what you've been doing to entirely innocent people and witnesses at that. That's what you've been doing, and I will tell all of you someday, I think because of the spectacular nature y'all done it, especially in Summer's case, and how this one just exploded as opposed to some of the others y'all been messing about with, and the way in which this was done and the levels it's been done. I don't think there's going to be any of your all's channels or you all left untainted once the public is aware of what you all have done to so many and how you've done all this. And I don't know how any of you, really, but you're monsters, so y'all sleep is fine. I don't know how anybody with a real heart or soul is going to come back from being part of what they will eventually find out is the absolute targeting and terrorization and helping this group create doubt bubbles. Let's here and keep, trashing everything so thoroughly and chaos and that it keeps going for years so that they can make things of it. I don't know how anybody that was actually ever involved with real soul or heart is going to see it by the time. And I have a hard time using the words done or conclusion or ends because there is no end or conclusion for those of us who know Summer or that this type of stuff has been done around her or to the community or to all of us personally and our children. No one, there's no... There will never be a conclusion or an end. Or true closure. Even after Summer's found and even after justice is served on the perpetrator's responsible. Because Summer and all this will always be our real lives. and part of it, and she won't be forgotten, and neither will what you all have done. And what you'll have done will continue to be part of our lives because of it. While you all had fun and entertainment, and you thought the acquisition or hunting down of other human beings in manners that would have horrified those like Barbara Walters or real news or journalists or 2020s or anything legitimate, it's beyond scope, man, of anything human or decent. Morality's subjective, but still you think everybody had a little bit of something in common there. But, at some point, once Summer's found, and she will be, and I have every bit of faith in that. And I know that the person and persons responsible will be arrested. I have absolute faith in it. Because I've met and seen and watched these real men and women and these amazing units and teams and law enforcement agencies who are working for her tirelessly every day. For the right reasons. And I'm telling you without a doubt, they're going to find her. And they're going to find the person or persons responsible. And, I've thought that since definitely about day 3. So, y'all take that how you will. But one day, it's gonna come eventually. So yeah, yes ma'am. You are indeed fucking with someone who is entirely innocent of anything to do with summer vanishing or anything like that. Had nothing to do with anything on the 15th other than being a neighbor and a witness and someone who cared enough to go searching for her immediately when it became apparent that she was missing. A neighbor who assumed within a minute or two she'd be found. Never dreamed this many years. But whatever, right? But once again, do note that Michelle and all the rest make sure be like, oh, Andy's, whatever. And Judge see if anything is here, but they've heard. Obviously, Pruitt say certain things about Andy, be like, yeah, your name ain't crossed the desk, and out in the open when they got fed up shit, be like, yeah, Judge C's not a suspect, or however the hell it was Pruitt said that. That don't mean they aren't lying or doing whatever they're doing for their own reasons, but, man, the weird part is they were even saying that to us, like, forever before that. So, but, and as always, I don't care if they look at all of us till hell freezes over. If that's what it takes to find Summer, I have no problems with that. And I will always cooperate and offer them whatever they need. If they have questions, I'll answer them. They have polygraphs, waterborne, I'm there, man. I'll do it. Don't test me. So, the world can bite me. Those who know me, and they know the truth, and y'all are assholes, and your propaganda sucks. Smear campaigns suck. Your look here, look there. way you cleanse monsters sucks. But what do you expect of a giant ass group of monsters online doing this anyway? Nah, not much else. And by monster, I mean YouTubers, but yeah, and then, well, then again, you got the local crew. They're a bunch of monsters and useless bastards and fucking junkie and dope circuits, too. So you got that playing in it as well, obviously. Hold on just a second, guys. Alright. Anyway, I don't know. We'll carry on.
It's useful. But then again, oh dear, she's on form. She's on form. Jodie Sue hates me, but listen, Jodie Sue has said some suspect stuff, but if she's on the level, if she is completely and totally innocent, she's been really pretty useful. But then again, they're all lying, so how am I meant to figure anything out when every fucker's lying? Come on now.
Michelle, I can tell you with an absolute certainty, ma'am, and I use ma'am loosely just because you're an elder, but I can tell you that you damn near beat Fred Hill on the line scale. And, I don't know what to tell you, but, ain't out here fucking lying. So, I hate that fucking for you, but that's what you and Nurses Crib been doing for years after y'all figured out you couldn't do much else. So I don't know. Try to set up, fuck with, whatever. And most of the, shit for all the years has been, well, we can't really shut her up. Can't do this. There's been, I don't know how many attempted setups back here, especially revolving around Z and rest, whatever. But And then you got a few live and in-person attempted setups by dope crews working y'all too. You got that shit, right? And anything stupid they want to do to try to figure out shit to feed it back to you all and whatever else, fucking around with everybody. And assholes involved from Boswell 4 that have shit to do with real shit around certain people and whatever. And they're the ones on fucking dope and doing the most, but then y'all got them out here stalking people. They're the ones involved in like 4 murders fucking deep in the goddamn area. While they're over here in true crime, doesn't they care about it? But the hell? And then those are the people you got stalking us and doing your little dirty groundwork and shit. The hell you say? Right? Yeah, okay. It's been this way for all the years. Because, junkies are easy and cheap, I guess. But there's so much of this crap. But, no. So eventually it just became, well, we're just going to call her liar, 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 liar. And, well, repetition does work as a tactic, and, it's what happens. Do I give a shit? No, because in the end, the truth will out. And, just like I said, the world will absolutely know that, they've watched you motherfuckers absolutely target and do some of the most fucked up shit in the world to not just us, but many in this community that were entirely innocent of anything. And the thing of it is there's always been enough proof out here for some of us that nobody did a goddamn thing, and you all have done this anyway. In the case of me and my children in particular, a whole hell of a lot of it's been done to try to trigger bitch or get us to cave or blackmail or destroy our lives in order to come to heel for you all or wear a goddamn collar, be bought and paid, do whatever to give you all the stuff we know on summer or case or what's being said or done to play with y'all like the rest of these assholes right here. Like the Marlenas and the Andys and the Freds, and I guess being whoever the fuck else in between, and well, some of us ain't doing that, and we ain't giving in yet, and that shit ain't gonna work, and y'all should have done better homework and modulating, because shit like that would have never worked on someone like me anyway. But, and then some people I think fear, obviously, locally, what we know, what we might hold, what all we may have witnessed and heard. Some people would like us going to locally around everything, and those probably and most likely involved in Summer's actual disappearance and how and what happened. And y'all are doing their goddamn dirty work for them. Whether you like it or not, that's true. It's absolutely true. You're at least helping shadow and create chaos to where perpetrators can hide behind it on the bullshit. It elongates everything, and they can feel a little bit more comfortable and relaxed in their day-to-day and think, oh, this shit's gonna fuck everything up so badly they never get caught or prosecuted, or even if they do, you fucks, like always in every case, are gonna come behind it, try to get verdicts or everything else overturned. Look at you and all the rest of the high profiles, the same group, and you all are embedded and inserted in. This is the exact opposite of justice that y'all swear you're about. This is a terrible place, and y'all are terrible fucking people.
Come on now. Now, let's get serious. She has said, and I don't have the clip, and I wish I did, that Andy said that he'd seen Summer's dead body. But
she doesn't have the clip, and she said this many times while she tells the public, I know I've heard it. It's a form of propaganda and manipulation when shearing, because she ain't heard it. Nobody's heard that, because it's never left my goddamn mouth. nor the children's, because that's not what was ever said by him. And this group knows it. That's why she nor any of her many fucking helpers can find this clip. That she knows damn good mama exists. But if the manipulative bitch says it in that way, gullible bastards, at least 14,000 deep, will buy it and believe it and think, oh yeah, this amazing psychology, whatever, from the UK says they've heard it. They're showing the clip at hand. Oh, they don't have, and they don't have 1,000 helpers like us to go help look up genealogy, and suddenly, and they can have everything at their fingertips. Look at all their clips she can pull up in her database. She herself has everything in it. Bitch, do you not think after years of that rhetoric you would have actually heard or seen the clip? Think about how many creators you've heard put this shit out. What do they always say? They tell you. I said, they tell you, my daughter said, they tell you this. But when have you actually seen or heard this? Clip yourself. You've not. You want to know why? Because it doesn't exist. Otherwise, they'd be playing that motherfucker on repeat like they do that drug shit. They true that because I chose big words. And apparently set it up to mean many things. And even though I absolutely was nuanced and everything. And I mean, dude, they pulled up my abuser and then did all this fuck shit. And like, they got a reaction. Alright? Just shit went sideways. But the whole thing is like, still wasn't me saying he was up there eating shit down children or something. It was, hey, guess who would have been doing that? That would have been Candace and Dawn. Right? Yup. So, once again, they take and they turn, like, oh, you're not getting out. We're 12, whatever. Bro, I ain't never trying to get out. But I absolutely, explicitly explained myself in context to one minute by the end of the night while they were having whole bones hysterics. You know? But, either way, and make no mistake, we've obviously talked to Ellie about that. Because of the bullshit that started because of it. But, you know, and the wild part of it is, it's like, yeah, they put more emphasis on that shit than they do Candace Dawn talking about giving drugs and shit and alcohol to their own children and others. Y'all make that make sense. Right? Please. Like, when do you ever see them laying to Dawn as much, or whatever, being like, yo, smoke this, do that with my kids, whatever. I'm gonna take my kids off meds, I'm gonna put them on whatever when they get given back to us, and blah, 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 and, you know, like, seriously. They don't. They lay into us over that shit. It's like, are you kidding me? Yeah, give me a break. I mean, it's stupid. And they blind the public with it. It's like the shower stuff, man. You didn't see nobody else getting annihilated over that except me. And apparently True and Allie and Alma said so prior. I just didn't know it. Dawn even admitted to it prior. And that was for poet. So what the hell did I get eaten alive for it? Over. You know, and still ain't. Make it make sense, you can't. Make it make sense that I'm damned as a human being this there and I'm sus somewhere else for searching for something. But like, Allie and True apparently had someone brought to them OD and nobody reported that. But then, you know, everybody lets that shit go. You know, but I don't get it. I do not get it. Other than the fact that they try to, you know, those who will play with them, right? Those who will play with them, come to help them, do whatever for them online or behind the scenes, they leave the fuck be. Those who are like, no, I'm gonna pass, they eat the fuck alive. You know, and then they flop over the narratives onto the people that, you know, it's like, wait, but here are them saying they do X, Y, Z with their kids, and here's this one saying they were brought somewhere OD in, and here's this one and these others saying they're witnessing some of the similar things, like showers, this area, and nobody says boo. And then some of us are eating live over, and it's propaganda, is what the fuck it is, and it's targeting and annihilation of those who won't play with them or in this shit, and it's what they do in every case, and so it's very intentional, and they all work together doing it, and they have for years in all these cases, and I hate that the public isn't very well aware of that. But, it's the reason some of us continue to stand and speak. Many will come along and say, well, then why don't you just get offline? And if you get offline, then this thing, it's like, bitch, they were doing this to us like day one. We just didn't know it. We didn't know, like, the teams at 3 weeks. We didn't know Don and Candace freaking out with Bulls behind the scenes. We didn't know there was a group of goddamn headhunters. We didn't know there were combined social media platforms. We didn't know any of this shit. And how do you avoid something like seriously? And that no matter what you do, I mean, they already knew, like, Candace Dawn feeding people's personal business and shit behind the scenes so everybody else could be looked at with them and shit like that. We had no idea. And look at 3-week McDonough with the shit he got up to with all the wrong shit with Hunter and Ellie. Dude's a fucking total destroyer and a fuck up. And then I'm sure it probably terrifies him that he eventually became where he'd stepped in a whole pile of shit he didn't expect. But boy, he thought when it was just going to be random, same shit, different day, in a new case, he could do it. Well, and now he wants to unstep out of that shit, and I don't think it's something's coming off, whatever, but, it's, what do you do, man? You go silent, you back down no matter what, oh, well, they're gonna blackmail, they're gonna set up, they're gonna destroy, man, not built that way. Not built that way. And what coward does that? How does it help anything? Anyone else? The world. If you just give up or back down or go silent and you let predators or monsters like these run about and you leave everything open to where then they can make other people feel that way, or they can do these things to someone else that you find so terrible, do you just go silent, quiet? Do you turn into a coward and run? Or do you risk everything? Even if it costs you everything, to keep speaking and to keep fighting. At some point in your life, you have to make the decision. Sometimes, many times through your life. Which matters more, the greater good, humanity, others outside of self, keeping others from experiencing this same type of thing, or, running towards things instead of away from them. I guess it depends on what kind of human being you want to be out in the world and what kind of world you want, the world to be. And what you're willing to sacrifice to at least stand up for yourself, if not to try to make change for others. And that's every person's individual decision, but I'm not built like that. Run away from monsters, predators, bullshit. or to go silent even while being beaten to death, metaphorically online or public or personal, private. I just, no. No. And I'll give everything I am and continue to see change. And to keep speaking out against this group and those like it online and what they do in these cases. And hopefully there will be change. You know, and I've watched it have a difference in other cases along the way throughout the years. And for others around these cases to be able to hear those, not just me, but those like Dylan's mom and around once, and those in Cash's and Classics and other cases they've been in that have spoken out about this group, this exact group, and law enforcement siren, like Quentin's around. I mean, for people to become aware and avoid them like plague. It started in Idaho 4 as well. I mean, I'm seeing change throughout the years, and I know that it's helping others avoid them at least a little bit in a quicker amount of time, and to become aware of how they operate, to identify it, and not be so destroyed, inserted, you know what I mean? And I've seen changes with law enforcement around the country in these cases too, to where they're calling that in a quicker, more profound, and more explicit manner, to where it's very detailed, not just, hey, social media sucks. Which, to me, way back years ago, meant, oh, well, I guess somebody on Facebook saying something, yeah, or something like that, you know. No, there's more to it. You know, there should really be pamphlets taken around neighborhoods and communities where any crime occurs instantly, so that people are aware of what they're going to face if something seems interesting to any true crime group, especially this one. So, yeah. Seeing changes, and all we can do is hope for more. Anyway, carrying on.
Put it into the form of it was a dream that he'd seen Summer's dead body. Like, she's on the level.
But anyway, I know I squirreled there, but once again, just to make it clear, there's a reason that you always hear them go, well, I heard it. I actually got the clip right now, but Jody Sue said, and I swear she said, but I ain't got it. It's because, and the reason I'm telling you, if Michelle or McDonough or any of these creators ever had such a clip, and if something had left my mouth like that, they would play it on repeat, on loop, like they do everything else they think they got, and are misconstruing, doing whatever public, and leaving their fuckery out of it. Right? There's a reason you will never see or hear that online. And it's because it doesn't fucking exist. Because it was never said. Never. So, let's just be clear there. Carrying on.
She is completely and totally innocent. She's been really pretty useful. But then again, they're all lying, so how am I meant to figure anything out when every fucker's lying?
Right after she just fucking lied to you. Ain't that amazing? She lies to you, propagandas you, mind fucks you, and it goes, how would I know they're all fucking lying? She just lied to you and manipulated at least 14,000 of you. But calling all of us fucking liars. Hot take, man. Ask her to produce a clip where I ever said Andy seen Summer's dead body. Or the clip where I say that Andy said she died on Saturday. Please do it. I'd love to see it. Dear public, keep haranguing until one of them produces these clips. They keep telling you, like, they heard me say it. They just ain't got a clip right now. Telling you. It's your number one sign you're being lied to by a tragedy pimp. If any of them say those things about us, but they can never show you a clip. Oh, yeah, that's when you know you're in the presence of a tragedy pimp. So you just remember throughout, whenever you see any of these creators, especially around Summers, say, I heard Jody Sue say, I remember Jody Sue saying that Summers did, and Saturday, but they can't show you the clip, and you've never seen them play it. You're in the presence of a tragedy pimp, targeting us and you, and manipulating you, and harming us. You remember that. Carrying on.
Come on now. Come on now. Now, let's get serious. She has said, and I don't have the clip, and I wish I did, that Andy said that he'd seen Summer's dead body. But Andy put it into the form of it was a dream that he'd seen Summer's dead body. But there was also something about Summer dying on Saturday. Now, which Saturday, we don't know. But it was definitely...
Here she goes. I've heard her try this Saturday versus Saturday nonsense before, too.
About Summer dying on a Saturday. And I remember it as Jody Sue saying that in the context of Andy. But I might be completely wrong because I've never been able to find that clip.
That's because it was never said, and you know it. You know, I've always said that about Fred since the beginning. Ain't never changed. And this is why, once again, you can't produce clip, but you can just tell people, I remember it in the context of. No, you don't, because it was never fucking said. And you can say, oh, it's clearly wrong. You know you are. But they're all fucking lying. Yeah, alright. Liar, liar pants. Propaganda pants. Bullshit UK barks for bones while trespassing on some dude's fucking poor farm field and asshole pants. Threatening to murder people over cheese sandwiches pants. Psycho pants. Yeah. Find all them clips, Michelle. Get your people to do it. Hell, I mean that name. You just know I said it. Or it was said. But you just can't find a clip right now. Weird, none of you creators have ever been able to find those clips right now. You don't have them at hand. Well, somebody said, well, but I remember it. I know it happened. And you know better. You know it did, and you know what you're doing to audiences, the world, the public, Summer's case. You know what you're doing to us. But why you call all of us? It's pretty wild right here. Anyway, there any of you come those clips she's talking about. They don't exist because they were never said. Here's the hell of it though. We've been through this many times, me and Michelle. She knows the proof is over here on my fucking channel what was actually said and how and this there. She never seems to come get that though. Cause that might not look back. But wait, it's not the narrative they're giving out, and they tried to do that real quick. Penny and him hit everything almost instantly because they were in the middle of fully acquiring the monster Piper. And getting him online for the trigger bitch and shit and all that crap, right? Of him while making him believe we'd said all these things and shit. Never happened. Alright? So, yeah, there are only some places you're gonna find the truth. That shit is indeed on here. And also played audio, video, messages, proof, etc. of those nights and at home and all this shit. But who am I, right? I'm just a liar, pants on fire. Right, go fuck yourselves. But the boy never said he seen Summer's dead body. He never sits down and say, you know, I'm done with y'all. Y'all know I've always said that where it concerns Fred, and then Yahoo's online, and crazy shit, you know what I mean? that goes on. So, you know, a break.
I've been able to find it. So, I don't know whether my brain's made it up. I don't know whether I've been dreaming. It was definitely...
Man, your mind and your brain in this group have made a lot of shit up that you know's made up.
Said, though, by somebody that Summer died on Saturday. Now, we know it's not the Saturday before, because Summer was alive and well on June 15th, which was a Tuesday. But the following Saturday is June 19th. That's when the foot...
And the wild part is, the whole big thing about that is green eyes. You know, the McDonough green eyes, remember that? Or the PG green eyes? Oh, wait, was that Don B? Oh, it doesn't matter. And the Ziggy green eyes, but Griff thing and all, yeah. Green Eyes, he also was spewing that shit early on with the other Jen and the Pipers, where they're buying all that shit to acquire Monster, all that crap, right? And he was on that same bullshit. I'd imagine because people were already in contact with Fred by that point, you know? Weird, ain't it? How much shit exists online even before Fred was really public. That somehow, widely enough, seems to have come from Fred's fucking mouth in the first couple of days. Isn't it strange? While Fred's admitted to in the first few days, especially around the Juanita era, of being asked by the psychic crews to crawl across properties, trespass, see what he could figure out. Hell, even the Ziggy and all that were astounded by that of the Serafina crew. So either way, it's weird how all this shit comes together, ain't it? Who knows that? But whatever.
So found, isn't that?
Waterfalls, caves, sacrifices, 50K, whatever else it is, Saturday, Fred mixed up 14th, 15th, and so many others have followed the lead of to rented locally, etc. It's weird how so much shit that was initially at Fred's pie hole in the first couple days is what's online and has been since the beginning, isn't it? Strange, huh? Yeah. Y'all carry on, though.
Really coincidental. But she brings it up here.
So you're like one of the horse whisperers. Should I get your autograph while I still got a chance?
Yeah, I've always been a horse whisperer, that's for sure.
Okay, so you're good with animals, and then you kind of had, with that area, right? People got to do what they got to do, but it seemed like...
Yeah, I mean, that area is always been a drug area. There's nobody from that area that's not dealt in some type of drugs at one point in time.
Even the office.
Bullshit. Come on, Beaufort.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that every single person in that area is connected to drugs. Come on now.
Play through the middle. Let's make this swipe count.
The game between games. Play Candy Crush now. Sometimes life can be a little messy, but with next-gen Nubella Performance Fabric
And honestly, other than the scripting I've done around this big bad hillbilly junkie cartel, Russian organ harvesting bullshit, right from the beginning, I mean, I wouldn't give a damn if everybody around here was on shit. I don't give a fuck people on, as long as they like leave me the fuck alone. Like, I don't give a shit what they on, what they doing, what rings or circuits are. I don't give a fuck. Just leave me in my room, right? Don't want no part of it. But all these people want to script this shit into out of imagination into whatever land with the scripting and story writing of this crew as well. And I don't know what in the Sam Hill it's got to do with fuck all, really, other than them being tweezled in. I mean, y'all want this scripted, but here you are messing around with half these motherfuckers that, well, are all that in order to stalk, terrorize, harass, be part of your ground squirrel crew for nefariousness. So why y'all like what? I can't make the math there. But yeah, it's like everywhere across country and a great portion of the world has drug problems, obviously. Rings, circuits, drops, I mean, everywhere. Alright? I'm sick of everybody making it like it's just this area. I guess it's storybooks, well, but it ain't just this area. It's everywhere. And, you know, I just, it's everywhere, man. It's a problem everywhere. Especially where, you know, lack of education, lack of basics, mental health care, accessibility, you know, is abysmal, and all that, you know, and, you're gonna have that. I mean, the places you find stuff the worst is where people have the least hope, you know, and this, oddly enough, is one of those places. But, I mean, of course you'll have it more in certain places, but, you know, it's no different than anywhere else, for the most part. And, you know, I just, helps the script writing and drama and the sales bullshit pictures around everybody's tragedy episode, don't it?
But Jesus, just formulate the narrative all the way back to the big bad blue, everybody blue, and it doesn't a dream name, and the writers for Candace and Donald. But remember, folks, when him and Ziggy started around the Van Hill shit, what do you have to say about that? And put that shelf on somebody else he's with them people named him wrongly, and then people were trying to stab him from horseback on it. He's like, I didn't do no, right? But now here he is on this shit, saying this. I don't know what, he had no hands on whatever on one place. But he got family and that, what? I don't care, but
late 2000s, about 2005 or something, the opiate epidemic come through and stuff, and a lot of people got to go into doctors, a lot of different places like Atlanta.
He's picked up the language and the manipulative language of judgments. Every once in my life, I just dude be like, yeah, the opiate epidemic. Jesus.
Oh no, he's picked up the mainstream media narrative. He's picked up the mainstream media narrative, opium epidemic.
I'm well aware that there's a real one. It's really talked about. But Fred's saying it because, and he's using that term not because of mainstream, he's using it because you all, and he wants to impress McDonald. He acts like he's separate of it now and all that bullshit. So he's tragedy pimping it. Holmes. See? Carry on.
Chris, that fucking dude's nose was caught that. And to show him like something out, Jesus Christ. The other family are right, Fred. Oh my God.
In Florida and stuff, getting scripts and stuff to sell and stuff. And then they actually, before that big drug bust and stuff happened,
One of the biggest.
Now I know why Fred went lunching. Ziggy clearly said Fred was a liar, he was a meth head, you know, all the shit he was in, and then over the years she's tried to take it down. But you remember what she eventually started pumping out was that he was only a pill user and this, but he's acting so distant of all that, ain't he? And then what happens again?
Deeks Creek. They actually moved a doctor from Florida in on Deeks Creek just to write scripts.
They brought him in?
Yeah, they moved him in a house on, it was next to Deeks Creek
Who was it that
Market.
moved him in? Like,
He moved into Rick Hill's house, which is a different set of hills than our set of hills.
so, like the druggies, like his connections moved him up there, or like he basically moved up there to become
James Light is one that had him moved in. The one that
he
went
got
down
trouble,
with
right?
Kingpin.
Yeah, he got in trouble and stuff.
The drug kingpin.
Yeah, he was like 40.
Yeah, the news was all about James Light, the drug kingpin. I did a video about that years ago. So yeah, all that's true. I don't know about whether the doctor actually moved to Beach Creek, but there was a doctor who got busted, and James Light was the drug kingpin, and a whole bunch of people got done at the same time. There was this massive bust. I did a video about it.
48 or something went down over that.
That's that big one that everybody talks about in 2009 or 11.
The one that Jody tried to say that she had shut down or whatever.
Yeah, she was actually, her and Andy were,
Yeah, go. Her name's again, and shit doesn't even crack. Look, I've seen y'all try to link all kinds of shit, They're just winning motherfuckers for 12 of you. That'll list up people I never fucking heard of, and nobody didn't even know shit happened. Y'all keep trying now, I love it. What are we? 2 minutes in before y'all try to get motherfuckers murdered again and all sort of crazy shit. Like, for real. I always thought James played some of the coolest chicken coop music, man. And, I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you. I know a bunch of other fuck sticks in the crew and the Corps that are doing fuck shit and stupid shit before they went out, like, you know? And then Lord knows who burned down that shit afterwards, but somebody did, didn't they? Either way, he always played the coolest fucking music for chicken coop music. And if you ain't from here, Southward, you ain't gonna understand. But you know, play music if you have chickens. Not can keep some predators away there, but it keeps the chickens too. But you have to find the right balance and the right music. And some people's chicken coop music sucks, but James's was always pretty cool. You could hear it through the fucking valve. He was definitely making sure the possums, raccoons were getting them motherfucker. It's like, you bastards aren't getting my chicken. Anyway, whatever, man. Y'all say so.
Only 10 minutes in. She's only 10 minutes in, oh dear.
Yeah. This is solely a y'all thing. Yeah, Michelle, it's real creepy. Like I told y'all earlier, ain't it? Look how, like, elated she is. Like, happy. She's like, oh dear. She's only 10 minutes in. Like, she's like, oh, wait till she gets further in. Oh dear, can't wait until she's undressed and they are triggered by frenzy or whatever they're doing with me. On purpose, I'll do it. Can't wait. Can you imagine a psychologist we may involved in psychology anyway, whatever, being happy that somebody else is going to be harmed, hurt, emotionally, mentally, treated, all this stuff? That sounds real sane and fucking reasonable, right? Yeah, totally for professional. That they're finding glee or, like, anticipation is just killing them. They want to watch people discover it and be in pain. Yeah, that sounds real sane, man. Sounds like you're really all about your field. No, it sounds like you're doing what you were doing in the vegan community with your degrees or modules or whatever. And you enjoy it. About like Candace and Dawn enjoy watching the people in torment and agony and whatever else. But it sounds like you are participating and have been and enjoy others doing it.
like when you were doing it in the vegan community and saying outright that's what you're doing with your skill set was harming other people or using propaganda or your expertise in order to mindfuck them, bring them over, etc. to the vegan stuff and piss them off and just saying, yeah, it sounds reasonable of an actual professional or somebody with decency, heart, character, morality, all, yeah. That you can tell you're that skeezy and finding glee and joy in that. And you just can't wait for me to see or hear what Fred and McDonough are doing and saying. It's gonna be great when you get to watch whatever. Oh dear. Yeah, okay. Please do tell us more about yourself, ma'am, without actually telling us more.
Jesus, Fred.
Only 10 minutes in. She's only.
Well, I never even fucking heard of it, and my bat didn't even know shit happened. Y'all keep trying now. I love it. What are we? 10 minutes in before y'all try to get motherfuckers murdered again and all sort of crazy shit.
She's only 10 minutes in. She's only 10 minutes in. Oh dear.
Yeah. This is solely a y'all thing. Jesus, Fred. Y'all ever quit? No, you don't. How does McDonough, or his hunting crew, or his dumbasses, try to feed people with fake pads? You know, write it out for McDonough crew. I don't know, your motherfuckers, they kick out some fucking baits, see where you run with. You know. Crew of dipshits and modulators. You got skeletons about the top thing. And don't forget that time that Fred tried to put this off on one of my children. Would have literally been, I don't know.
That shows what's the point in her playing this exactly. Why play this? What does this have to do with anything? Interesting, huh?
5 years old at the time. And the other one, he was barely toddling, and he did that, he and Ziggy did on her channel, putting shit off on that child while in uniform, you know, serving the country and otherwise.
Remember when overtime didn't always feel like yours? When tips didn't always stay in your pocket? Working family.
Otherwise. With no regard to whether he was killed, hurt, armed, etc., just like the narrative of Fred and the pool thing, how I could destroy kids like, you know, all the way back to McDonough not giving a fuck either.
Well, she'll freak later on because he's brought up again. Her son is brought up again. That's why Jodie Sue hates me.
Oh dear, she had to make sure the audience knew that was including her, and that's what she's waiting on me to see. Oh, it's lovely, Michelle. Do you often get off on women and children being targeted wrongly? And you participating in it, and you just can't wait to see them for the billionth time targeted and fucked with and harmed, and the rest of their lives, you know, altered because of what you and McDonough and Ziggy and Fred and everybody else are doing. You just can't wait for it. Oh, and you've participated in before, and you know it harms, but you just love continuing to see happen, and then you brought eyes to it and attention to it, and you let the world know it's going to happen again. That's what Ziggy and Fred McDonough. Oh, I'll just be so triggered. And then hopefully I'll see it on your channel, and then I'll just have to go listen to the rest of Ziggy's, and then you can get a reaction, or one of the propaganda crew direction of Ziggy lately who are threatening to come blow us away and all this through doors and stuff, and the Nut Crew and on from Scott H. and Web Sleuth and McDonough's asshole instantly, like the Lenders and the rest, you know, and the Michelle's and the T's and everybody else stalking us and dealing with real fucking meth in this group and getting to them and everything. Yeah. Those are perfectly fine though, right? Even though they're like involved like 4 murders deep, unsolved cases, shit, right? Themselves. Yeah, okay. you know? And, I mean, but you just can't wait, right? And hopefully this will make me go, give a fuck and watch, and then y'all get a reactionary piece and y'all can spin it. The propaganda Twizzlers that Ziggy and them are directing can do it, and then I can argue with a nutbag over the weekend leading up, the thing, all that, right? As y'all got the dope crew up shit like yeah for I don't know, since about 24, especially since 24, and the core team, and well, Candace Nunn's team, and everybody else, like we're all stupid and ignorant, and like we wouldn't find enough pieces to nail all of you together. And doing all of this to a whole abundance of people, and now it is really picking up the past week or two, and all of you'd like to not be caught up in all that scandalous shit, especially since November 4th of last year. Mm-hmm. It's really not. You also have to know that picture is clearly not my cab, and you also have to know that there's absolute proof, and I hold it, that it was already debunked even before y'all made it a thing with Chasing and Squalligan and Fred, and also great, it was already debunked, already known. Even Candace and Dawn said that it was not, and also shit, and yet y'all continue running with it. And ordered to harm. And so you know what Ziggy and Fred are doing is lies, built on, predicated. Fred put F of it at himself. The group stood the rest, y'all also shit. And you're still helping along, and you know that's what's happening over Ziggy, McDonough, and Fred. And you're advertising it, and McDonough has to know that it's wrong, a lie is there, but then he's got his own ass to cover for targeting all the wrong people from Allie and Hunter Ford, while he had, well, shit right in front of him, and he just couldn't ask the right questions, didn't do the right thing, and well, he sucks as a goddamn detective. Yeah. And I'm gonna agree with Don here. The dude has a thing for young adult males. It's real weird at this point. And for all the wrong names, and I mean, shit. This dude sucks. All right, and obviously, I'd love to think that's a tactic of his online being so wrong and fucking shit in every case. But as y'all can see, predating him entering YouTube, his career ended with fucking shit up and being a square and circle peg ass, so that's why he goes on TV specials and movies. He's just built like that. And so he's continued with that same formula that ain't working for him online. And I guess y'all just come watch his entertainment and think the dude's wonderful. And he's not. Clearly he was this before he ever entered YouTube. And this is what he was while he held a real badge. And before the cold case finished, this is exactly what he was. And he was still this much of a fuck up. And he still had no problems wrongly pressuring, doing, and fucking around with or destroying innocent lives. And he has no problem here, especially since it makes him far more than a detective job ever did. So. And plus, people kiss his ass 24/7 day and act like he's fucking amazing, and he just really does love that. So, anyway, that's where we're at. But y'all do carry on. This is very professional of you, Michelle. It's great. You truth teller, you, and you lovely professional here. Working with the rest of the professionals.
I think she liked me up until, do you remember when Geordie Sue's son was accused by cracking cases?
Cracking cases, the ones that had already helped debunk it months prior, then deleted the proof of that, and then went on because that's what this group asked for to sell it shit. After even Candace Stone said, nope, nope, nope. And even after the pictures put all that shit in, that it was an adult male and all sort of crap. After we put out proof that not only were there cameras up there, but that we helped Candace pick out some of this area, and all the stupid shit. And that the tweakers Amy Tate, as featured on WJHL at one of the vigils, one of the very first for summer, was twacked out just a day or two before the boys taken. And her and Sanchez Rebels weren't just there from that point or a day or two, but for months onward. And we're definitely chasing shadow people or imaginary people onto neighbors' properties and down towards roadways with weapons open. Yeah. But, Dawn and them get on real media and be like, big bad YouTubers endangered our kids. What took them? Well, they had those tweakers who you can clearly tweak the fuck out of it with Summers Brothers at Summers Vigil. That's what Candace Dawn chose over, and then those bitches get on with cracking and them, say fake shit, do fake shit, bullshit, and then, chasing gets involved and all bullshit, and it ain't nothing but propaganda from the beginning, And even Candace and Dawn said, no, it's not her son, but you'll never hear none of that, do you? No, because it's not what this group wants you to hear, or to know, or to realize. I hate to tell you that.
Of creeping on the Wells property. This is after.
And, yeah, after. So you make it make sense. The date they eventually settled on, and I do mean that, settled. Because Cayman and Ross kept having proof of them lying days this there, and then they kept moving around. But, they were talking about some dates in like September, y'all. Summer vanished in June. So even if my kid or any of us had been on Candace and Dawn's, the hell would that have mattered? And by the way, our dogs went back and forth. They had interviews, company, all this shit. We had to keep our dogs away from over there. So there will be times, we go grab the dogs or whatever. And stuff like that, And Candace don't even say that. So, I mean, you tell me. This place made that a thing. A thing. And it doesn't even make sense to make it a thing. Or the idea or thought of that even being a thing. Even after Candace don't like, nah, man. And everybody has permission to go back and forth on each other. It's probably like, what? And obviously there would have been pictures of my kid had it been anyway, no matter what month. But the pictures that came out were early in the year, and they were of a fucking grown male, not even remotely looking anything like my kid, and had tattoos on him Flaviat, which, by the way, is a character unknown around certain things, and this group knows it, that were on Candace and Dawn's property trespassing. Candace sent those to the creators herself. And Candace also was like, no, honey, so this is kid. Dawn said the same. I mean, just like they did about the pool thing. But do you see that here played in a loop or mentioned every time? No, because they want you to believe and buy this about our bells, especially McDonough, who wrongly targeted my children and all of us on 125 because he really thought he had something from the Alley and Hunter bullshittery week 3. Don't know why. Don't care why they did what they did. And considering how many were cahooting by that point and checking it, I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't do what they did. I just know McDonough, while he had no clue what pile of shit he was stepping in, decided to go along with the shit. And if he'd actually been working with law enforcement, he would have known better than to ever do that. And not to mention that, that all plays back into the creeper on the hill shit, right? But that's originally said to be one of the bills, and this Aaron da-da-da-da-da, and all this other shit. But eventually down the line, they've transferred it and changed it into, all sorts of shit. So it's like, whatever, dude. And there's something wild about that too, considering shit Fred said in the early days. You know, and how it flows into the McDonough shit too, originally, and then all the way throughout all the years. Something real funny going on. Always has been.
Disappeared, but creeping on the Wells property. And I covered it. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I discussed the possibility if...
Yeah, you do, Michelle. Because you have those. You've done videos about it. You just delete them. You see a bunch of shit she said. But yeah, she could easily go get those photos, do a cursory. Oh, yeah, it's definitely not her kidnapped. Yeah, absolutely not. You could also go get the clips of Candace and online, clear state. Nope. Not her kid in the pool. They didn't come here and play like that, etc. There was right, and you know, all them had permission to be coming and going for properties, mate. And then also came and them getting statements from Candace Donnelly that no, it was, and they were talking about that adult dude that they caught on the property. It had nothing to do with my son. And so therefore came and them debunking the bullshit around my son that was being started. So yeah, you could find all that, Michelle. I'm sure you have it. You just choose to go with this narrative, and you choose not to put that shit up. Though it absolutely does exist, and it would be very easy to do. You just choose differently.
And Johnny Sue said to me ever since. But I discuss everything, so it's that. Well, most things.
No, Michelle. You started to go after us. Your tone and shit said you were very trepidatious about it. You didn't really want to. You're being pushed from somewhere. Then you made an apology towards him. Then Scott and him, who was your little leader at the time and feeding you all the US stuff you can't get your hands on over in the UK by Google engines or otherwise, whoever's leading the group there told you, no, it's time. So you inset with the rest of the group at particular times. And started hard targeting myself and family and others for and with them with the same narratives. And you went pretty fucking foul where it concerned my son. And you had no right to reach to it. Even at those times, you knew what you were saying was lying, untrue, and it was propaganda and bullshit. And you held the proof of that, and you did it anyway. See, there's my fucking issue. Just like you're doing now, you're bringing attention to it. You know it's not true. There are enough pieces out there. You knew it was debunked, all this other crap. And then you're making sure to put eyes and ears on Ziggy and his piece. You gleefully can't wait for me to be supposedly triggered, whatever, by it again, or be hurt or harmed if I listen that far in. Also, probably hoping I'll listen to you and then be like, oh, now I need to know. And no, I don't. Same shit y'all been doing. So no, I won't be running over there, and no, I won't be like, having some sort of fucking reaction beyond this here about you either. Y'all about as useless as tits on a boar hog. And does not in the least surprise me about the date y'all are doing this, and you pumping out this many pieces based around me, or why with the local dope circuit and all the bullshit and all the things you, McDonough, and this fucking crew, including Ryan and others, have been up to since 24, and how much shit you've been tampering with. Including us. I mean, yeah, no, and where things are culminating and heading to. So, you're shooketh, ground shooketh. Y'all would like to make things look certain ways. You wanted to keep me online. Probably thought you'd go with that Ryan school of, hey, your grandfather's day, you know, and everything else. And triggering on Father's Day, too. Be real vulnerable to it. You know, we ain't doing this. So, y'all keep modulating, my dudes. Good luck.
And then let's walk through the days leading up to when Summer disappeared. Does that make sense?
Well, I've got several different theories, you know.
I got several different theories, you know. Let me just end this for you here, McDonald. When he come looking for the imaginary dog, I'm like, Andy and I and everybody else totally knew that, you know, he was walking his sorry ass down hollering up, you know, the rise floor, like, ah, here comes Snoops. Right?
He's looking for an imaginary dog, and they say, "Here comes Snoops." Here comes Snoops.
You ever think that your life as a parent feels like a juggling act? With Purdue Global, the juggling act.
And I mean, for y'all who've been here for all these years, how many times have I said it's what it went down? When Fred first started over the rise, coming towards our mailbox, me and Andy looked at one another like, here he comes. Mm-hmm. Yep. And he was looking for an imaginary dog, one he forgot he was supposed to be looking for, and just needed on back up road after he was done having his nice chit chat with Don and doing what it was they were doing and trying to squirrel around from info from all of us. Like, it's pretty damn apparent what he was up to. You know? Yeah. I mean, thousands of times have I said that. But she's laughing and giggling. It's the first time she heard it. It ain't the first time she's heard it. Ain't
Because,
good
believe it or
news.
not, all the parts
Ain't hot tea. Yada yada.
his door, you know, but whatever. But anyway, I'm surprised you have lawn chairs and sandwiches. Anyway, yeah. Let me see. There was the Don sacrifice blah blah narrative. He was the first one to mention an almost 50K amount. Debt that Don had. He also was like, "Oh, Summer died on Saturday," but then also.
So there you go. That's the thing that I've been looking for. So apparently, it was Fred who first said that Summer died on.
How is that the thing you've been looking for? When earlier in the video you said you knew you had it, whatever, right? And then I'd said it about Ant, right? But there it is, that thing I've been looking for. But earlier you said you could swear and you just couldn't find a clip right then. I said it about Andy. Bullshit. See, you can't. That makes no sense, Michelle. Especially when I was live while you were doing this. You're like, oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Bitch, you can only do that if it's an old piece somewhere. Like, and be like, oh, there's that thing I was looking for. But that's not the thing you told the public earlier. And you said, no, I said about Andy. I just can't find a clip right now. But here's that thing I was looking for. When this is occurring live, well, you're just waking up. And I'm still on live stream. That's obviously not what you're looking for. That's not what you fed the public earlier. Because here I'm clearly talking about Fred. And the other, I never say it. But I guess you're open audience retention, and most people don't make it to the end, and nobody thinks about what you're saying too hard, or they might catch on. Right? You have a habit. I'll show the habit here in a minute.
There. That's not how I remember Geordie Sue saying it. But I might be wrong. I thought she was saying Andy had said that Summer died on Saturday. Let me listen to that again.
An almost 50K amount. Debt that Don had. He also was like, oh, Summer died on Saturday, but then also she died at fun, and Candace not responsible. So I mean, and then he had freakouts about scent dogs and Jason.
Why do you have to listen to that again? Clearly, I'm talking about Fred. Same thing I've said consistently for years about Fred. And the first things he was saying. And you know.
And how dirty everybody was in law enforcement. Though later on, Fred was like, they treated me just like Willie, and yeah, everybody. Was that why you were eating all the shit for the psychics and local YouTubers playing this mess and crawling across everybody's property upon orders?
I'm gonna look. Help me out, guys. Help me out. Summer died on Saturday. What does the collective mind of the community remember about what has been said?
By a bunch of criminal-ish YouTubers pumping out propaganda, but this is a her thing, okay? She started a lot of this Saturday after shit. And trying to do the two, you know. And, wildly enough, I just, you know. And that's what's strange about this weekend, too. Because the weekend after Summer Ranch was also Father's Day weekend, obviously. And that be part of the night searches and all that as well. And that's part of what was hard about this weekend, too. Probably why some of this is done by them, but yeah, it was initially, as far as I remember, I know. I remember Michelle for sure doing that with the no, they mean the Saturday after, and therefore then any of them could be guilty. They're just trying to say because David Rader said that they thought that she could have been released, blah, 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 and so she tried and attempted several times to build it in there. Somebody did something to Summer on the Saturday, following Tuesday, but you know, but it's been Fred, and Fred clearly meant the Saturday prior to Tuesday. There's no way to misconstrue what the fuck I said or what Fred was saying to me because it was on Tuesday, you know, that she vanished. And he seems a couple days later, but that, you know, no. Now, we'll give you the, you know, well, no, won't either. I'm not going to give you more shit to fuck around with. You know, I guess you have to go find the goddamn receipts somewhere on the way back. But, you know, no. Nope. Fred, to me, was obviously talking about the Saturday part. And when I wouldn't buy that shit, then he went to the, you know, she died at the horse pond, so crap, and then sacrifice him and all this nonsense. That's one thing after the next thing, you know. And so, no, he was just trying one thing after the next, man. And in my opinion, from the way Fred said things and spoke about him, he absolutely meant the Saturday prior, not the one after. So, y'all can kiss me, bud.
About Summer died on Saturday. I've asked this question before, and I don't.
Y'all keep all that shit with green eyes. Alright, all the Saturdays, you keep them with green eyes, alright? McDonough, Ziggy, everybody else involved in that shit.
To have the answer. So, because Chris McDonough thinks that I should be able to figure this out, well, I might need a little bit of help from you also.
Oh, look, more on youth participation to make you feel all warm and fuzzy and come back to her channel. And plus, she really does need it. She really just wants to wake up, take her dog for a piss, and spill stuff, put a little video together for 5 minutes, and make herself bank while she makes you all just gullible son bitches. And she would like you do work for her, please. And that way she has all time stamps when she wakes up. Okay? Anyway, whatever. And, I guess McDonough probably wants that from you, Michelle, because you've been doing it with and for and running script for so long. But I guess he figured you worked pretty well in, what was that? November? Oh, and definitely, what was that, Michelle? January? When you put out the 4 or 5 red truck pieces and the ICU's running muck everywhere and his crew's running muck everywhere, fucking up shit, that? Fucking with all of that people screaming and yelling at us for no goddamn reason. None of us could figure out until we sort of put it together. I'm like, wait, that bitch is really put out for it. This is what has you some bitches treat y'all really listen to this shit? Didn't you just tell us not to listen to this type of shit? To ignore it? You're yelling crazy shit at us? And then people got shit all fucked up, mixed up, and you trigger bashed them, lied to them, did whatever you did from 24/4 to have them fucking around with everybody. Right? And I don't know, who knows what y'all trying to script up as a new takeover face for Monster or fucking Fred 1, but ain't no good to come of it with writing shit. But yeah, I guess you did your job pretty good in December and then again in January, didn't you, Michelle, from McDonough and ICU and crew? So yeah, he probably expects you can trigger bash to do whatever with him, Ziggy, and this bullshit call. Hell, why don't y'all throw a Brad a shot and Paw Patrol at that motherfucker too? Right? Y'all want to release some more bullshit? Please be my guest. And that McDonough's been late. I just can't with you. I'm over it. Y'all do you, man. And like I said in my live, you missed parts of. I started out when I started listening to that call of Ziggy Fred McDonough. McDonough's own language gives it away. How y'all been? Oh, this is the first time we've talked ever. Yeah, right. I see you shared things of doom and things playing in around that. Sure, buddy. Give me a break. Anyway, that falls under the category of, well, including information nobody asked for some weird ass reason. Probably to make people believe that's true. Carry it on.
Put in the comments what you remember that has been.
Still, my favorite part of what I did here was Ziggy going, the square one, the square one. Yeah, now I know why. It's great how the universe works like that sometimes and gives you little pieces. It's weird for them to, and Andy be playing like, oh, they're attacking all that, but also protecting him during certain times, isn't it, guys? That's odd. Anyway, carry on.
By anybody about Summer dying on Saturday. Come on, y'all, you want to help me figure this out? Because Chris McDonough thinks I should be able to. Go!
I love it when they make y'all feel special and important. And then y'all do it, and then y'all do, and then you keep coming back for more. It's fantastic. Okay, and then there's this shit, I got, well, I don't know, 20 some hours ago. Some days I want to be that petty bitch and be like, yeah, you know what? I'll just come here and fuck everything. I just say all the things, but I don't. Fred and I both know, don't you, Fred? Dawn, Candace, Allie's. This one is titled They All Know, in quotation marks, eyeballs. Huge admission by the neighbor. Hunter, we all know petty bitch and be like, yeah, you know what? I'll just come here and fuck everything. I just say all the things, but I don't. Fred and I both know, don't you, Fred? Dawn, Candace, Allie's, Ghost, Hunter, we all know everybody full of bullshit.
Marlena's, everybody's, the course. We know who and what the real people were. Everybody, the cores, not question marks, Michelle. This is not new. I love you took time or somebody to type it out for you, but this is not new or spilling tea or any admission of any kind. Love the eyeballs. Looks like it got you about 8,000 or so views, almost 9. Congrats, homie. Anyway, not new. Something I've said many times. Yeah, I just don't know what to tell you about these. Just hammer out the bids this week, Michelle. Just do it. Just do it. Maybe you and McDonough can solve it if you trigger something. Or maybe I'll sound like a loon if I go and argue with you or call you out or just do whatever or manipulate. I don't know. Or maybe I'll get more information or pieces from me somehow. That ain't gonna happen either. More content, y'all pretends new news. Something I've said y'all want to pretend's new but isn't. Is years old. That type of crap, you know. It's always something with you people. Never fails. Anyway, let's carry on.
Well.
Doc, some days I want to be that petty of a bitch and be like, yeah, you know what? Some days I want to be that petty of a bitch and be like, F it. I'll just say all the things. I'll just come and say all the things. But I don't. Fred and I both know. Don't you, Fred? Dawn, Candace, Allie's ghost, Hunter, we all know. Everybody full of bullshit. Marlena's, everybody's, the course. We know who and what the real people were.
Well.
What? Well. What? I believe I've said this about 4 billion times. But wait for what she means by well. And it's about, you might as well just call her Michelle Drains the Well Dry. You know? Sweet baby Jesus. I know it ain't. Am I tripping right now? Well, I love that you're going around under a name that goes back to Candace's nickname thing in the tattoo, and you seem to not like me very much. And I swear, I think Candace had an account named that too at one point. I don't know. I don't really care. Not my problem. Sure you want attention to somebody. Some reason, I don't know. I mean, because it does look like you're trying to get attention and start up one of your own over. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. So Michelle drains well dry here, right? Over a statement and a type of thing I say all the time, have for years, yeah.
Well, well, well. Right?
It's my Fred.
And also, just in serious here, can we have a grown-up conversation? I mean, for starters, I've been having grown-up conversations. And I'm just curious. I just like millions of other people have questions and just want some answers. Well, if that's truly what you wanted, you wouldn't partake in and make an uptick in bullshit around true crime. You'd stop holding pitchforks and torches and annihilating real people's lives and creating your own channels, push up propaganda, or to be targeting to whatever around real people and encouraging or watching these fucking true crime bastards do this. If you wanted real information, you would stick with law enforcement and journalists, and you know, you would realize that this true crime bullshit in this group in particular are actually detrimental, and the commonality is that every place they latch onto every case goes far longer than is normal for any case, and typically anyway, and is the exact reason that the public is not given more news, information, pressers, etc. by law enforcement and others. And the reason you don't hear a whole lot by anyone, even like 2020 style or real journalism style or real witnesses or anybody speaking or anything, in any of these cases, because they're all done this way by this group. So if you wanted real information and you wanted real conversations and you wanted any of that and questions answered, well, you wouldn't be here. And you'd realize how bad this place is for it, and you'd want it shut down, changes made. That way the public and others who really do care would get access to more and have more actual information from law enforcement. You know? Though here's another test case. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Let's go with this stupid. I'm curious too. I mean, if you know what happened this summer, I just can't with you right now. Then why? Why would you hold it? And why not let law enforcement know? Are you fucking stupid? You have to be, that's Michelle. I'm gonna guess you're sent here though. Is Michelle fucking awake yet? She ought to be awake. You feeling some type of way? Somebody feeling away? Why are all of you fucking named Taz? That's just a coincidence too, right? Anyway, anyway, and I guess, also, how would you come to the assumption that, honestly, like, that we've withheld anything from law enforcement? You know, you just don't like it, and this group just don't like that we won't tell them everything, or people like you everything. That's about as simple as it gets. I hate that for you. And you're also assuming that in the beginning, or that we knew what happened to Summer, who was responsible. And I can assure you that if that were the case, somebody been in handcuffs instantly, but whatever, right? You're the asshole over in my chat. Jesus, how many copy and paste you got ready to go? Then why aren't you doing, man? You know you're at a point of just beyond ridiculous, right? It's beyond, and it's pretty apparent what you're doing, and then I'm not gonna tolerate it, and anybody seeing your fucking stupid shit has to know what the hell you're up to. Right? And there's just two of you magically here with the same task things. Like, yeah. Alright. We're all just alright. When you can't even spell anything you can't even spell Summer's name right or have her last name right. Which seems pretty familiar considering another one that come in here doing the exact same thing. When you don't even know Summer's name or how to spell it correctly and you're in here with copy and paste, that's gonna be a no for me, dude. Alright. And that's just gonna be for both of you. Bye now. So peace. Alright, so here we go. I'm gonna rewind because somebody doesn't like what I'm doing this morning.
That's just word up to Sometimes I want to do that medieval bitch and be like, yeah, you know what? I'll just come here and fuck yourself. I just say all the things, but I don't. Fred and I both know, don't you, Fred? Dawn, Candace, Allie's Ghost, Hunter, we all know everybody full of bullshit. Marlena's, everybody's, of course. We know who and what. Yeah, all of them are full of bullshit. Have been. Wow. Yeah, something I've said a billion fucking times, it seems like, on YouTube. Yes.
Well, 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 well.
Well, 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 and hold on. That's all the things, but I don't. Fred and I both know, don't you, Fred? Dawn, Candace, Allie's Ghost, Hunter, we all know everybody full of bullshit. Marlena's, everybody's, of course. We know who and what the real people were.
Well, 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 well.
It's named Fred, and Fred doesn't put the word up to him. You say my name again, and he'll kill him.
Zaxby's Fingers and Wings in lemon pepper, garlic parm, and Nashville hot. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's. Ding dong, it's Realtor.com time.
Honey, Mortgage Bunny 6 says we should...
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Sunday morning, the 21st of June. And after watching Geordie Sue Brown for 10 hours yesterday, I've learnt some stuff. So we're going to talk about it. The clip you heard in the intro there was Geordie.
Once again, her acting like all it was new, spilled it. It wasn't shit I said that like new. Shit I've said a million times. From the very beginning, like, whatever, man.
About 2 hours and 13 minutes in to part one. Let's say
she always does that. Like I said before, because it makes it seem like she's done the work, but I sure as bitch don't. She ain't listened to every 10 hours. She makes it clear she doesn't even listen to me anymore. This is her team center of the time, and she can repeat it, and it makes you all think that she's really putting in every time. Homie, no. She loves making you think so, though.
enlightening.
And don't make any mistake, that's how most of these creators, especially the giant one, works. And also note that most of their head mods and shit get paid really fucking well for spending their whole lives being willingness to, and discords, and their, sleuthing teams, and you can always tell when and what they're going for because of certain their tales. But yeah.
Stream from not last night, the night before. Talked a little bit about it yesterday because I was about an hour and 15 minutes in. But got to the rest of it, and wow. Geordie Sue is claiming that not only she knows who the real people were in the disappearance of then 5-year-old Summer Wells.
Where did I say that in that statement? In any of the times I've said that exact same stuff about Anna's characters. Where in the hell did I say that, Michelle? I'll wait. I'll wait. Where did I say that in that statement? You hear it again, Michelle?
Also,
some days I want to be that petty bitch and be like, yeah, you know what? I'll just come here and fuck everything. I just say all the things, but I don't. Fred and I both know. Doug's Fred. Dawn, Candace, Allie's Ghost, Hunter, we all know everybody full of bullshit. Marlena's, everybody's, of course. We know who and what the real people were.
What?
Who and what the real people were. How in the hell would you even take that to mean, the person is responsible for Summer's disappearance? That is in no way in there in any, like, you know what I mean? Nowhere in there did I say anything about the person or persons responsible or that all of them knew or anything. I never. Nope, that didn't happen. Clearly, it had to do with other shit. Like it's always had to do with other shit. Like all of them being full of bullshit. And clearly revolved around the dope shit, like it's always been, like, who the real people were, instead of 4 Jose's this, 18 Jason's that, 64 Andy's this, 94 Bills, fucking whatever's, you know what I mean? Yeah. And who this, that, and there was, and who the real people, Candace and Dawn and Allie and all their fucking amazing friends and godly people were visiting for dope for the years, right? And that wasn't no motherfucking Andy, it wasn't no motherfucking this, and all of them know it. Fred knows it, Arlena knows it, Goddamn Candace and Dawn know it. Hunter knows it. He knew it from the beginning. All of these people are full of bullshit, and so y'all scripting this narrative. Right? So anyway, I ask again, dear public, where in the hell did I say anything about these people and the disappearance of Summer? I mean, and Jesus. I just said 49, and me saying we all know who the real people are. Jesus. Like, were you making it like there was like a whole cabal or cult or an Epstein or some shit? Is you crazy, man? Don't answer that. I've seen you online threatening our people over cheese sandwiches, even you read in line about, lady.
Oh, wow.
Some days I want to do that video bitch and be like, yeah, you know what? I'll just come here and fucking. I just say all the things, but I don't. Fred and I both know. Don't you, Fred? Dawn, Candace, Allie's Ghost, Hunter. We all know everybody be full of bullshit. Marlena's, everybody's the chorus. We know who and what the real people were.
Wow.
Who and what the real people were. See, that phrasing is important, Michelle. Is it your comprehension level or just your level of trying to use whatever magical, maybe or maybe not degrees you have to manipulate people? I'm gonna go with like.
Fred, and Fred doesn't put the word up to him, you say my name again, and he'll kill you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Sunday morning, the 21st of June. And after watching Jodie Sue Brown for 10 hours yesterday, I've learned some stuff. So we're going to talk about it. The clip you heard in the intro there was Jodie Sue about 2 hours and 13 minutes in to part one. Let's say a very enlightening live stream from not last night, the night before. Talked a little bit about it yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday I'm just trying to make it new and spilled tea and blah blah. None of it is. None of it's new. I've said all of it for years. But if they keep on with this, oh, it's new stuff, this is happening. It's not, dear public. Go back to the bazillions of videos. It's not. It's just this. Same shit, different day shit. They just regurgitate it, do it different times for different reasons, take advantage of you all, fuck with us with it, especially at certain cycles and times where they or the ground are shooketh, or they're getting ready to get caught in some shit, or have. They in their fields, ground crews in theirs, I don't know. They all get their asses in a hurry suddenly the last few weeks to sort of try to tie things up. It ain't working. Yeah, what? Karen.
About an hour and 15 minutes in. But got to the rest of it. And wow. Jodie Sue is claiming that not only she knows who the real people were in the disappearance of then 5-year-old Summer Wells, but also...
Where did I say that in that statement, Michelle? I didn't. Nor did I imply that. It's pretty clearly evident that that's not what was said or implied. And I damn well didn't say that. Notice the manipulation here also if you watch the video. Because of the vocal disability and that and the other, a lot of times when they want to hear Stewart, they will. Did you look? Look at her video prior to this one. Was she typing out my words on screen for that video? Nope. And I'd say I was a bit less understandable at those moments she was playing than the one she just played. But she typed my words out, put question marks there, and then went on with this narrative immediately. And just told the public that I said something I clearly did not say. And if people stopped and thought about it for just a second, they would realize not only did I not say what she just proclaimed, but the wording there does not in any way imply such a thing. But they hope you just don't think about that too hard.
Fred, Don, Candice, Marlena, Ali, all knew who and what the real people were. Remember, a little while ago, she said that there were people who lied to the cops and are now debating to go and tell the truth? Well, could that be what she's referring to?
There may have been reasons. Oh, God. Nah, says McDonough again for it. Has Michelle solved it yet? Oh no, McDonough. She comes out here and she does the same thing she's been doing for Scott and all y'all for all the years. Maybe she'll trigger a response out of me and Father's Day weekend plus a certain Saturday around Father's Day weekend. And then because of what's going on the ground with the crew, you know, y'all have working for you and the weird shit you have playing around since Blue Man. Oh no. Maybe y'all get something, fellas. Like, you'll shake it. You'll get a bunch of assholes over like the one featured on the thumbnail, which, by the way, is not a newbie either. Or the ones in chat trying to trigger bitch me where something else falls loose. Ain't gonna happen, homie. I guess, McDonough and Michelle, you just need to go right on, call 1-800-TBI Finder, be liaison for bullshit, and go ask your goddamn self. Or be 5 minutes somehow between Lawson and us. I don't know, McDonough. Go ask Earhart and them, who clearly tell the public they are not working for you, nor did they ask for your damn help. I don't know. Go do that. See if y'all can solve it that way. Wait, what is it y'all wanting, by the way? Let's see. Oh, y'all want to know if y'all wanting me to drop some info on who and what's like. Y'all been on that shit for months. Yeah, entirely separate things. That's about almost say to you. Ain't none of your goddamn business. I'll bet in some way and capacity that law enforcement is where. I'd bet. And if it were your goddamn business, law enforcement, TBI, FBI, somebody would let you know, or those people would come out and let you know, or I'd feel fucking like all, here, let me tell you. You know, I'm gonna pass. I guess if y'all want to motherfucking know who and what I'm talking about, lying or not saying certain things or wiring any of that around that, I suggest you go goddamn worker liaison for the FBI and TBI, McDonough. Maybe you could have Michelle do your dirty work with the goddamn dope ass ground group. Core team, 6 up. Everybody else, fucking Ziggy and ICU. Y'all tried that lately? Anyway, I guess law enforcement finds a need, they'll come fucking tell y'all. Or if I like y'all enough, I might, oh yeah, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. Yeah, that's just what I want to do is, feed some else out of fucking wolves y'all latch on to make content from a new Airstream or, ruin their lives with it. Yeah, that's just what I'm gonna do. How about no? So no, all separate things. Glad y'all cobbled that together for the public somehow. Though I don't know how. and mostly just see if I'd probably give a response. That ain't gonna happen. Just like it ain't happened all these months. It still ain't gonna happen. Clearly, I did not say what Michelle just told the public I said, and so I don't know. It seems like you, Michelle, and Ziggy, and Fred, and the ground crew, and your bells from back and forth, and Ryans, and Sixes, and the ICUs have a problem. That's all I'm saying. Like the law enforcement feds, and I'm telling you, I know somehow. Fact. Yeah. Yeah. Some have. Lied to law enforcement. Alright? Duh. No shit. You know, like, and you can't say it's not true. Hell, look at you all. Look at fucking Twacker Tate and all them fucking going and making false reports, or the one Ziggy's directing recently to do it. Or, you know, all the false shit, or the Pennsylvania Papers, all the crap y'all calling it, the fucking stupid. Y'all lie to law enforcement all the time. And that's a fact. We've seen it, have proof of it. All this other shit too. So yeah, I mean, if you want to open that statement up, rather broadly, there's proof that, well, even you all fucking doing that shit on all of us. And trying to fuck with law enforcement and creating fucking havoc and destruction and all kinds of ways around everything. Yeah, so, I ain't lying, am I? And then, obviously, we do know, you know, people who have lied or said they have, etc., to Ellie, and some were thinking about coming forward, some said they wouldn't, etc. It's on them. Can't do nothing about it. And all we can do is ask and keep talking to people and hope they go forward and whatever. And it's just the way it is. And I guess if y'all want more information, I guess you can go call 1-800-TBI Find dear Michelle or liaison, just a YouTube personality McDonough, and you could ask. See if they'll give you the info and the deets on it. That for some reason, and steady actually, oh dear. I mean, hold up. They're not telling you all stuff. Oh shit. Well, I guess that sucks to be you. So, I don't know. It's weird y'all have to use platform to try to trigger bitch people, manipulate them, target them, destroy their lives to try to get more and more and more, ain't it? So, why are you trying to get more again? Oh yeah, Airstreams and bullshit and dog bones. Not for justice or to help get Summer found or any of that. That's a goddamn fact at this point. So, yeah, no, man. Yeah. Pass. Anyway. Upon themselves whether to go back and tell the truth, and all I can do is wait. I can't force that to happen.
Or could she just be blowing smoke up everyone's asses and she doesn't actually know anything?
Oh, is that like a challenge supposed to get to my ego? Am I supposed to come on here and be like, I do too know stuff. Look at this. I'll tell you the things. That way, you or the public will believe me. And you can't feed them, and I'm a liar anymore. Here are all the things. I'll give you the names of the feed out in this bit. And no. We ain't doing this. You say whatever y'all want to. You formulate, you draft it, narrate it, put it in handy dandy notebooks, and shove it right up Justin and his monkey's ass. I don't give a damn. But no. We ain't gonna do that. And y'all gotta quit projecting your shit onto me. I know that shit bothers Michelle and those like McDonald's and stuff. Man, that shit bothers me. Like, if she's pulling smart well in order to prove your innocence in the public, CC, you're going to come tell us things. That way the public will believe you're trying to be helpful and you're trying to do this and that you do indeed know things and you know this, blah, blah, blah. Or else. Yeah, take or else and shove it right up your ass. Alright? I don't want years of this. And y'all really think that's gonna work too? You're gonna be like, oh dear, Kravitz will be like, I gotta crack this, I gotta do that. Oh dear, Megan, they're gonna call me a liar one more time if I don't somehow prove to the public, throw out a receipt, or this, there. Okay. Alright, and maybe all the triggering or my emotional response to I'll accidentally give something or my tongue will slip or okay. Y'all just carry on. Alright, Bobos. Do this about 6 million more times. I'm sure it'll work somewhere.
But because she was responding to Fred Hill and Ziggy talking to Chris McDonough, and she doesn't like any of those people, she was just making stuff up. She was lying as badly as Fred was. Or could she?
And she's always doing it. She does that with abuse and the stuff with Monster. Oh, she's just manic. 1 minute she takes that for him, 1 minute she's all bad. Man, he's a goddamn monster in domestic situations. He clearly is known and been proven to be an abuser of women and children in a home environment and dangerous to the public, etc. As far as like mass beating and a cat, ain't lying on him. And it will stand for him where stand is necessary, but they do that whole 1 minute she's whatever, next minute she's whatever, and she's just so triggered she lies on him all the time. She's doing the same tactic here with this shit that I'm just so mad and upset with Ziggy and Fred and McDonough that I'm just lying my ass off. But then you think about what she said in the live prior. And listen how many times in her life prior with PC she's playing to me. Or go watch the damn live stuff. Go skip through my life. Just tap it wherever you like. I thought I was giggling and laughing for most of that because it was goofy, it was bullshit. Hell, I don't recall being enraged or triggered by that either. Though, clearly I didn't go with the, oh god, I touched Michelle's button and it made me go watch the rest of whatever she was gleefully waiting that might trigger me. We were talking about my son just like McDonough and did, oh gosh, didn't do it. Didn't have him for him this weekend. And as they and the team roll about in the muck. So, no. And now she's giving on narrative that I was pissed off at Fred, Ziggy, McDonough. Dude, that was old shit. McDonough's language gave it away almost instantly. The playing of it ain't, at the end of the day, all this stuff, it's not beyond me, man. It's intentional. I hate that for all of you. I really do, but you do you.
Telling the truth. All these people from the holler lied to the cops. And they all know who the real...
Well, I guess that depends on what Marlene actually told the cops and what Fred told the cops and whatever's told the cops. Now, I know that if half that shit Allie and Hunter said to McDonough's what they told the cops, like, then yeah, they lied. That's all I can tell you. I know if like this shit Marlena said online, if that's what she said to cops, I hate that for it. And, well, you can hear what Lawson says about Fred yourself. So. I think they all know. Alright. Anyway, carrying on.
Poor Jodie Sue says she's not afraid. She's not afraid of these people. But, you know, it's a big deal. Well, if Jodie Sue knows, Andy will know. And Laura will know.
And there she goes. See, that tells you right there. She had already watched further in than what she was playing. Wait for it. So she had no business saying or doing what she was other than to propaganda the fuck out of you all. Try to fuck with me, do whatever it is they're doing, and get herself some views and some money and whatever, and that's about it.
And probably anybody else who's come out from that local area to speak. They might know as well. So...
And did you just say everybody from Benny Line? That's a hell of a statement to make to the public, ain't it, Michelle? How would you know that? I mean, I know you've not talked to everybody from Ben Hill. And in order to even say that, you would have to know what everyone told law enforcement, word for word, and then they'd have to be in here to talk to you personally for you to say, okay, well, that's not what you told them, and that's not happened. But there you are saying that to the public. So, bitch, who's lying? Who's making up narratives? Who's pulling on this bullshit? Looks like y'all do this about more than anybody else on Ben Hill. I mean, Fred. Actually, I think he works for Fred, and there's many of you. I'm just saying, Michelle, you got a problem, homie.
Have they all lied to everybody? Jodie Sue went on to say that sometimes, when people talk about this person or that person as a suspect.
And see, she says, Jodie Sue went on to say. So why on earth did this piece begin with shit propaganda and her telling the public I said something I clearly did not say? It's not like she just caught a 2-second piece and was like, oh shit, I am a coughing it, and let me make a video right now. No, it's not like that. No. See, this is a plan shit that they use against you all as the viewing audience and all of us. It gets old.
She knows it's not true. She knows it's BS.
Play through the middle. Let's make this swipe count.
The game between games. Play Candy Crush now.
Here at Terry Bison Ranch, we have about...
She knows the truth, along with a bunch of other people from that holler. So, Jodie Sue, are you one of the people who needs to go back to the cops to tell the truth?
No. And if ever they want something, any of them, any of the agencies, specialized teams, units, and that, they know where I'm at. They know the phone numbers. They know all the stuff. Anytime, day or night. They can ask, they can call, they can come by. They know this. So if they had something to ask me, they'd ask it. If they want something, they know. Cooperate. Do I need to go back and whatever? No. And if ever something comes to mind or something shakes us for her, I'll always call them. So, or contact them in some way. If I find it to be of importance and not tragedy pimp tainted, and well aware of it beforehand. I mean, there have been times, obviously, y'all tragedy pimp tainted or fucked with or done shit that even those of us here had a hard time figuring out if it was you all involved or if it was scripted or if it was some Wales bullshit team crap or whatever. And then, unfortunately, it turns out it was shit you all fucked with on the ground and otherwise. So either way, that's just how it is. If I have something to tell them, I'll tell them. And if they want something, I'm always here and they know that. So, but God, don't tell the public, Michelle. Don't tell them that. Then the whole jig will be up for all y'all. Y'all wouldn't make as much, the bones would go down. Bless your little hearts. You're just out here, Summer and Justin, and being like, oh, and tithe to Jesus, and someone else clicks, likes, hearts, ones, twos, crowd participation, propaganda, and up. You're just out here for justice for all the little babies, and the missing, and the murdered, and women and children. You just love them so much. Yeah, right. That's why you do this exact thing in every case.
Laura, Don, Candice, Hunter, Ali Khan, obviously.
I mean, in reverse, I would love to ask Michelle, have you went to law enforcement lately? Have you contacted them to tell them how much you and this group lie, insert, intrude, acquire, target, torment the fuck out of, hinder, tamper, work together to do it script-like, and all that. Have you got law enforcement? Interpol? FBI? TBI? Called any local agencies? I know you have to have other people do it sometimes, but have you done any of that? Have you written any emails to be like, hey, bro, I'm sorry, but I've been working with Scott H., the ground crew team, Chris McDonough, all them in all these cases. I've been putting out propaganda, bullshit, I've been lying on people. I'm sorry, for working and violating federal and possibly international laws, doing this while money's floating crypto and just weird shit intentionally. Have you done that? Have you went back to law enforcement, Michelle, and told them all the fuck shit you're doing and all the lies you're telling for all the years and how you're fucking around open, active, ongoing investigations from UK intentionally because you are harder to reach than the tragedy pimps and locals you work with and around and in a group ring format? I'm just asking.
Malena, all of you people, the people that Jody Sue was talking about.
Did you tell him, if you called him and told him how much shit you were doing in 4 or 5 vid pieces was intentional, right around the time Ryan McDonough and Johnson, especially January, around the Van Hill stuff, you called him about it? ICU, so get all that playing into, of course. Called him about that yet? No, probably not, right, sugar?
When she said that people had lied to the cops and the feds. Is that what she was talking about? Or else, is this just another cruel and needless lie in exactly the same vein that Fred Hill was doing to Chris McDonough? Because
a cruel and needless lie.
Was lying. There's a couple of clips I want to play.
Sometimes I'm gonna do that medieval bitch and be like,
you tell me where this supposed cruel and needless lie is. Michelle.
What? I'll just come here, fuckers. I just say all the things, but I don't. Fred and I both know. Doug's Fred. Dawn, Candace, Allie's ghost, Hunter. We all know everybody full of bullshit. Marlena's, everybody's, of course. We know who and what the real people were.
Well, 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 well. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Sunday morning, the 21st of June. And after watching Jody Sue Brown for 10 hours yesterday, I've learned some stuff. So we're going to talk about it. The clip you heard in the intro there was Jody Sue about 2 hours and 13 minutes in to part 1. Let's say a very enlightening live stream from not last night, the night before. Talked a little bit about it yesterday because I was about an hour and 15 minutes in. But got to the rest of it, and wow, Jody Sue is claiming that not only she knows who the real people were in the disappearance of then 5-year-old Summer Wells, but also Fred, Don, Candice, Marlena, Ali, all knew who and what the real people were. Remember?
Say cruel and unusual or whatever it was. Lie again, Michelle? I clearly didn't say that, nor did I imply it. Nor can the language, as long as you have comprehension skills or propaganda death by people like you, possibly think that's what I meant or implied. And you clearly just lied, homie, in a very cruel and unusual manner. Again, for 4 minutes time. Why? I did not say what you just said, nor did I imply it. You're the one lying. So, Cruel Lies. Tell us more, Michelle.
A little while ago, she said that there were people who...
Now, move on here. Let's see.
Was hauling cars to... It keeps moving. When she said that people had lied to the cops. The cops to tell the truth. Fred, Laura, Don, Candice, Hunter, Ali Khan, obviously, Malena, all of you people, the people that Geordie Sue was talking about when she said that people had lied to the cops.
Are you telling these people that's what it? No. And that's clearly not what I said.
Is that what she was talking about? Or else, is this just another cruel and needless lie in exactly the same vein that Fred Hill was doing to Chris McDonough?
Y'all trying too hard on me. You trying so hard.
Because Fred was lying. There's a couple of clips I want to play and go.
And here, what's this?
Try to haul that motorcycle for that boy, and then.
Actually, no. You want to hear the motorcycle bit? Because I think that's important. Don't you guys this month?
And after that, it was like 5 or 10 minutes after he had pulled it
through, that people had lied to the cops and the feds. Is that what she was talking about? Or else, is this just another cruel and needless lie in exactly the same vein that Fred Hill was doing to Chris McDonough? Because Fred was lying. There's a couple of clips I want to play and go through it.
Try to haul that motorcycle for that boy, and then he's the one that seen Candace and stuff, and they're on camera too. Candace, it showed Chad pulling in, and then it showed Candace pulling in after that. It was like 5 or 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna just pause here for a second. How long y'all been on this motorcycle shit? Really hard. Tricycle, bicycle, motorcycle, right? Certain characters around here locally, etc. I don't know what, 3-4 weeks, really firmly. After all this time, but definitely like a 6 to 8 week period is a soft goes and it gets, everybody gets in their panties. Everybody's in a real hurry lately. That's it. Timing's about right, wouldn't you? And it just keeps being pushed, yeah. Alright. Now.
After he had pulled in.
Let me see here.
How Giant or Zaxby's Giant Wraps? So giant, they need their own zip code. Who's got the sauce?
People waste 1,400 hours a year scrolling on their phones. With Purdue Global, you can turn that time into a degree.
Strikes again. As he said, it was around 4:30. He's changed the missing at that time. So Candice was doing her own thing, saying she knows. A bit too. I ain't playing that,
And we're almost to the end of Michelle's here, okay? Before she does this.
But I've always had proof and truth on my side, and that's all you motherfuckers are lying. McDonough, Allie, Hunter, the rest. Fred and I both know. Doug's Fred. Dawn, Candace, Allie's Ghost, Hunter, we all know everybody be full of bullshit.
Listen to that again.
It's everybody. A photo of one of the boys at 6:06, I think. But it was a photo that had been taken a few days ago. So, knowing someone was missing, would she be messing about uploading photos to Facebook? I don't know, you.
Some of us have told the world why. That probably happened, obviously. Michelle ain't paying attention, but whatever.
I don't know. Or did Candice leave, go to Fred's, I don't know, to get some weed?
Thing is, she has, because I've heard her talk about it, but here she is. She just needs stuff to do.
Something. And that's around the time Summer disappeared. So Candice was doing her own thing, just messing around, you know, and she had no idea Summer was missing. And it was only after 6 o'clock when she realised Summer was missing. What do you think? Yeah, clear as mud, isn't it? Clear as mud. But do you want to hear the full context of Geordie Sue saying she knows? They all know. Here it is. 2013 of part 1, if you want to go and listen to more. Unbelievable.
Some days I want to be that petty little bitch and be like, yeah, you know what, fuck it. Fuck everything, I'll just come here and fuck everything. I just say all the things, but I don't. Because fuck all of them, that's why. And it's kind of what they want, too. I ain't playing that, you know? But I've always had proof and truth on my side, and that's all you motherfuckers are lying. McDonough, Allie, Hunter, the rest. Fred and I both know. Doug's Fred. Dawn, Candace, Allie's Ghost, Hunter, we all know everybody be full of bullshit. Marlena's, everybody's, of course. We know who and what the real people were. And y'all know that some of us know. And we know, and everybody over there doing all this fuck shit. Ever named all the right names, real people, targeted whatever, done all the fuck shit. Y'all just been fucking around fuck shit. And I'm real sick of it. You know? And, you know, some of us know. Now, y'all are different, right? All of you from the beginning are different. You didn't want to be caught up with. You didn't want to be known to be around, to be affiliated with. You want to hide those things, too. You're also scared shitless of those things.
Oh, okay. So it is very clear and apparent that I'm absolutely in no way talking about the person or persons involved with Summer's disappearance, but other shit entirely. Your first clue might be that I mentioned McDonough in here, who, by the way, she realized wasn't necessarily telling the truth to the public about Dawn's sisters and such in the last video she did the day before this. But that might be your first clue, was that I said McDonough, etc. But did you notice that was cut out of when she first played it? And did you notice this audio and me on the screen is very clear and audible, as opposed to the super low quality audio that was played in the first of the video, where she was typing what I was saying on the screen? It's weird, ain't it? Dear public, don't pay attention to that type of mindfuck they're pulling on you. But I don't know. I mean, dang, Michelle, are you telling the public that I think McDonough knows who the perpetrator is and he's lying to law enforcement? Is that what you're insinuating? No. That's why he's cut out of the first shit show you played, then lie to the public and tell them that I said something I clearly did not say even then, and damn sure I'm not saying here in context like you're playing it, and no way implies any such thing that these people are the people responsible, etc. And we all know who the perpetrators are. Nobody's telling Ellie. So if you knew this, and you clearly did, otherwise you wouldn't have cut McDonough out, and you wouldn't have cut down on audio quality, and you wouldn't have typed on the screen at that point with question marks versus letting it play very clearly at the end, saying, oh, this is the full context. But seeing the first 15 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, you all know as creators that most people don't hang around but 2 or 3 minutes. and they skip around through, and most will watch the first few seconds in, but they never get to the end. And then you've already laid down the paving, the pathway, the narrative for them, and then they sort of just like, oh shit, and they never catch on to this shit. You already knew. I didn't say what you just told the public I said in the world. You knew before you did it. And you did it anyway. And then you're like, here, let's do it in context. But does the world make it that far into your video to see what a shit stain you are and what you're doing? Do they stop and think about why the audio is so low quality at first and you cut out McDonald's name and why you typed on screen versus the end it's in context and McDonald's in there and clearly audible? And I say no such thing as you just told the public I said. While equating me to Fred and then saying it was about cruel and unusual lies, but it looks like you're the only one doing that again with the cruel and unusual lies. And then hoping the public never watched my actual live either and giving out the narrative that I was just angry at Fred, like I'm angry at Andy, right? So I mean that. But I clearly wasn't in that life. I was giggling, I was laughing, I was like, fuck Fred, this is goofy as hell. I wasn't triggered or mad or upset like you, McDonough, Ziggy, Fred, or Bells hoped I would be. And that I would, since I wasn't paying attention to Ziggy's call for days. And then I finally listened to some of it, but then nobody was getting where. And then you hoped I'd watch yours, like Van Hill might watch yours, somebody else, whatever, right? And then I'd go right to the spot, and then I'd have to freak out and do all that. No. And did you play that motorcycle bit in here on purpose, or what? During right now. I have to ask. Dear core and locals, you know anything about this shit that keeps continuing and why they're laying into it? Anybody? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Because I gotta tell you, and I'm pretty sure core and other ground crawlers know this. From something so chilly and frosty that just appears from behind the curtain. Talks to Fruit Loops. They're lovely. And then, yeah, don't even get me started on their fuckery around places since 24 and just appearing and shit around things that only appeared after Blue Van and, what do you call it? The Adventure Expert and, whatever, with the pole and the clean shoes. It made no sense. It got dropped off in front of witnesses and cameras and no 10, like all the wrong things. Don't get me started there. And don't get me started on who the real passengers were yelling at the Blue Van and all that weird shit and the two go back. Don't get me started on that. But we'll just put it some point there. Okay. But anyway, so there's like this totally chilly, frosty thing. That's been real fucking weird the past few years. Weirder than ever I've seen it in my whole life. Also playing absolutely ignorant of things. Like knowing all of us for all of us. Just appears and bro that it's not a usual time for it to be tweaking out, traveling between, I don't know, pretty well known places of the core crew and others. Not a usual known time for it. Okay? Pops right on up, Fruit Loops and shit. And like a day and a half or so later, guess where it's at? It's at a place where apparently, unbeknownst to me, and I thought maybe it's Hunting Monster, but now, it knew all the Monster's business, though. It's like, man, that ain't my business. I don't know nothing about that business. But was clearly waiting on Monster. And I figured trying to get Shell Monster from the crew, but thing is, it was real bizarre, you know. Luckily, things in compiling. But, pretended like it didn't know all of us or us as in us for decades. That was wild. I gotta tell you. And then it fucked around with other things that appeared around Blue Van and two clean white shoes, shovel stick guy. and Fred and his bullshittery and his family's bullshittery, and dropping off people fucking around certain times, and planting things by crews. And I tell you what, it's gotten real weird around this bike shop, right? Certain people just being too weird, especially last year about this bike shit. Right? All of them weirdly, like Fruit Loops, several others, yeah, just and people trying to get near and around some of my family, myself, etc. lately, more so. Some of them, I mean, like it's weird. Like that's pretty damn obvious too. That and then they're having weird visitors to their property, swearing they're lost and trying to find basement. All these things are happening. It's just real weird. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this bike stuff it's definitely taken on a life of its own. And last couple weeks, most certainly last few days, ain't it, guys? And some people are in a rather big hurry the last couple days. Man, you should have heard how many times in the last 3 days. Not even that. Shit's gotten really weird and very pointed. Certain ground group playing, I mean, I'd love to tell you I'm crazy, but since all things, compiled in nature, you know, nope, y'all reek. Also, I don't know. There's so many things in there, isn't there, guys? And I gotta tell you right now, you'd think y'all be a bit more worried, and it looks like I said, you are a bit worried. But about multiple things right now. And I know you're trying to get the most before possibly things just poof and well, you have no more whatever and access. Yeah, I'm just saying. But it does look like a few of you are a little concerned with recent blood flows and things, and certain places. Oh boy, don't get me started on those places and what resides in them and how many the ground crew and their families do conjoined with that soon be mentioned, and also shit just don't. I know y'all in a hurry though. I know the team and the core and that leads back to the team and YouTube and all the bullshit. I can't help what all y'all up to, alright? Y'all chose. And this shit's stupid. Also, I don't know who the genius is that thinks they're funny, and that somebody for like first time in 40 years of life suddenly won't rank constantly. It's real weird, very telling. And also, I don't know what genius thinks it's not noticeable when I don't know. Phones are just thrown out of pockets and into vehicles with you, like when people come and go out of store anywhere like that. Yeah, that's not rather weird. Or, I don't know, when they leave them behind your houses or things like that, or they're just really concentrated on subjects and things. I don't know. I guess we're all just blind, stupid, or crazy, huh? Yeah, but not. And that some of these people have real ties that bind into certain places that are pissed off about shit this place keeps going on about for years. From core onward, I just don't know what to tell you people. That's a y'all problem. But this bike shit's real funky, okay? Bike shit's real funky. A little different per se than what things are, but it's just the timing on it, you know? And people being worried about, I guess, blood flows also leading to them and weird shit. So y'all just trying to, I don't know, YouTube tragedy events trying to clean up their mess. I'm telling you, y'all trying to get shit on it and doing weird fuck shit. That, I don't know, but the weird part is, right, plenty things, all that stuff. I also got them admitting to going and chit-chatting with Monster for some cigs and shit. But definitely the one thing up here was definitely waiting on Monster, where I guess Monster imminence asked, like, go get their can't cope with life things right before shifts of work. Sure, that's totally job proofed. So, like, I don't know. It looks like it's actually Monster possibly intaking the info for the group, which is probably why. There's a big difference between squares and other shapes. Hey, Ziggy, who seems to be protecting, though, whatever. Ain't that a little weird? I find it a little weird. To me, I'm fucking around lately. And I gotta tell you, if it didn't have proof of it, it'd probably sound like all batshit crazy. Problem is, guys, I got proof of it. Would y'all like to continue on this path, or would you like to back all the way the fuck up? An insert? Possibly. Stop fucking around me and mine. And then me and mine ain't got no need to be mentioning you. I don't give a fuck about you. I give a damn about Summer. I give a damn about calling these tragedy pimps. So, like, y'all thought about just, like, not doing any of this for and with them? Or do we want to continue? And it's not a form of here's a vague overhanging thread of black. I'm just telling you. I mean, everybody can continue the fucking shenanigans, or y'all can stop your shit. Stop helping these motherfuckers do this shit. Stop for your own good as well as everybody else's, and if you give a damn about Summer, just stop. Stop helping these motherfuckers online and stop doing the squirrel groundwork for them. Because I am telling you, ain't nobody crazy, and there's no fucking proof of it. In absolutes. Call my bluff on it. I mean, fuck if you want, I guess. Since some of you have already given me permission to play certain things, I mean, I guess we can add to it. I can just play it for the goddamn world on what all of you doing, because I ain't crazy. They ain't no blue barrels. I'm telling you, I got it dead right. Now, we can continue this shit, or you can uninsert, get the fuck away from, and stop fucking playing with these motherfuckers and for these motherfuckers. Doing all the wrong goddamn things. Anybody? Anyway, so at this point, we don't have anything really else to talk about. I just wanted, that was my point in all this. And to call Michelle out. And to make it easy for the public to see how she does this. She's been doing it for years. She will stop doing it. And how easy it is and simple it is. I mean, dead ass. Right there. First the video, end of the video. And then in the middle, she compares me to Fred and insinuates cruel lies or whatever, but she's the one doing exactly that. And oddly enough, mentioning back scenario, hey, Corey, the rest of you, you want to continue to fuck around? Let's all not say we did. Hey, but I guess y'all let me know, right? One way or the other. Alright, guys, I'm off here. I'm gonna have a snack or some breakfast or something. And, I'm gonna go walk around a bit. And I did want to come on here yesterday, but I never got around to it. I was like, nah. Yeah, by the time it was a really strange day yesterday, y'all. So many weird things. It was very crazy. I had hoped to talk to you about all this, but instead, it's like, hell with it, So we are once again. At some point, I might get back to those two other things that were pretty cool. Oh, I don't know, 5-6 days ago, maybe. It's always eventually I'll get back to it. And maybe one day, right? You can't get nowhere for having to go around with these people again and again and again. It's redundant. But, and Lord, like I said, the Squirrel Ground Crew, they've been on some fuck shit. I've been watching it, keeping a beat on it, trying to make sure I have as many pieces, together. But y'all do all the fucking stupid. Because this is stupid. But, hey, what's different about that? Anyway, tragic events, man. What are you gonna do, right? I guess keep speaking until change comes. Or whatever. Anyway, y'all, I'm not listening to the middle of that shit because I'm not even the least bit curious. And I think I actually did skip through the middle. And, you know what? I ain't gonna go over there and finish watching Ziggy and Fred's either. I don't care. It's just more propaganda bullshit. And more one after the next, 5-point targeting shit over and over and over again. I ain't doing it. And, the timing, date, all the stuff going on. So, yeah, I ain't lost on some of us. So anyway, you guys, I'm out of here. I'm glad doing this over Father's Day weekend and certain other things that would, and during this time that would throw us back to 21 memories that I'm glad y'all thought this would work for you this weekend and leading up to Saturday. I mean, I'm glad y'all thought so. Hell, who knows? Maybe I'll film something that you'll then make a video about today or tomorrow. Swear is new and ShamWow, and it ain't. Ain't nothing new about none of it. And honestly, like, there's a different side, different banter going on. But when in all these years ain't these local motherfuckers working with y'all been doing all this stupid shit since Scott H. and Michelle and Rhett? I mean, seriously. And all the lenders and shit, even way before we were fucking public. So, when's it ever stopped again? And they're just always trying to do new versions of playing any bullshit, fucking with us on the ground shit. So, ain't nothing new here to see, folks. Just same shit, different days. Same motherfuckers. Same YouTube group using them. And they using them. It's about sum and total of it any given day right here. So yeah, no new news, no spilled tea. You keep letting these people lead and feed you if you want to. I may be a little bit brash and abrasive, and most people may not like me, but damn, I am trying to be like, hey, do y'all see what they're doing and how they're doing it to you? And what it's causing. So you got to stand where you can, and maybe even if one person wakes up to it, it's all worth it. So I'll keep speaking as long as possible. Anyway, you guys, as always, please do share the DV/Universal and Signal for Help, and please, because it does. It does save lives more than just domestic violence. You're talking health emergencies, those with disabilities, obviously like vocal disability, choking victim, public situations, you name it. In home where crimes are occurring, like break-ins and stuff like that, where you don't want to make a peep over a phone to a 911 operator, but you can like make a hand signal to someone, or even 911 centers who do have the capability to do screen stuff already, and get help there enough time to save your life or to catch the person breaking in or doing whatever they're doing. And so that hand signal can and does save many lives across the board. And as always, if you will please continue to share Summer's picture, information, and the caller by name. That is the best way you can help Summer, the most tangible way you can help Summer, and the best way to help lead law enforcement and others with tips and stuff as they see you sharing real links to real info to the real perpetrators or for something to jiggle loose in somebody's brain or come together, for them to see or hear something they've already seen and heard maybe many times before, but for it to hit different and it's something to click, and them to call in whatever tip or info or little thing it is that law enforcement may still need, and lead to law enforcement being able to bring Summer home and to the capture and obvious prosecution of the perpetrators. And so, and obviously by sharing information, I do mean stick with real journalists, investigative journalists, news sources, local surrounding law enforcement agencies, state police, TBI and FBI, etc. And some of those sources will include those like WJHL, WCYB, Bristol Herald Courier, Johnson City Press, Rogers Review, Kingsport Times, Times News Online, etc. And if you don't mind, change out the info link to one of their news articles or news pieces or whatever every now and then, so that, you know, the right ears and eyes might see the right piece or might go through each piece, or, you know, so the person or persons responsible get noticed being weird every time somebody random opens or starts reading or talks about any of that they're seeing or hearing, and they notice them and turn them in. So that's how you can really help Summer in a tangible and real way. And I would tell you the same. Anytime you see tragedy pimps latched into or onto a case, and by that I mean a real human being with a real name that is more than a hashtag or a flat image, their families, community, law enforcement, etc., the best thing you can always do is to stick with real news, law enforcement agencies, and the real way you can help is by sharing real information and news and pressers and things released by real sources. Not colored hearts and chats, not ones and twos, and not by doing dirty groundwork for these YouTubers or anything that ain't it. And, alright. And I will tell you that I just stick with the real news, real information sources. And even though you will always see around any crime or whatever, you'll always see others around it speaking, and whether it be community, neighbors, witnesses, whatever it is, right? You remember that even everything comes from their perspective, their experiences, what they witnessed, this and the other. And it takes a whole lot of people and a whole lot of pieces for everything to come together for law enforcement. And remember that you can listen in a real way to those people, instead of through tragedy pimps, but also to remember that, honestly speaking, nobody run any of these cases, etc., are shit unless law enforcement says they are. And their information is just theirs. It is a bit different than tragedy pimps, but it is still, until law enforcement says or case goes to trial or say, you would not know. And so I would suggest you not even share any of, like, around Summers, any of our dumbasses, quite frankly, because we are not your information. Okay, law enforcement is. Real journalists and investigative journalists, those are. Those are your sources of information. And so that's just how it is. Alright, anybody else tells you any different, it's just an asshole. Okay? So, yeah. Alright, you guys, I'm out of here. I need more ice. I want some breakfast. I think some Kellogg's yogurt and flakes like old people. What's on the menu? Alright. But anyway, yeah, y'all enjoy your favorite snack, your favorite critter, all your loved ones, and whatever weather you find yourselves in, all the storms. Remember, all storms pass. You might as well dance in them. It's hard sometimes, but yeah, without the rain, how do you appreciate the sun? And without the sun, how do you appreciate the rain, But Never give up. All storms pass. No matter how brutal they seem at the time. Okay? And try to get outside these boxes and go meet strangers and make them friends. And remember, the world's not as scary as this online world, and everything trapped in boxes makes you want to believe it is. Alright, go out and have a real conversation and a cup of coffee. Make a stranger a friend. Remember community and humanity for a while. Make it a better place, and always continue to be little sparks, pebbles, and voices whenever you can. The little things matter, and they change lives around you and the world around you every day. And I promise you, they travel at the speed of light, and they change the world. You know, may a small smile from you to somebody having a great day may seem like doesn't mean anything, but it's that chain effect around the world every day, and you may never see where it ends or how many lives it affects, but it does. You know? And, anyway, guys, but enjoy your day, enjoy Respect, Vast Cosmos, dance. Dance with abandon to your favorites. However you like, and whatever storms or whether you have. Just enjoy life and embrace it. We only get one here on this planet. Anyway, you guys, much love. Thank you for being here. Watch out for these YouTube critters, alright? They're as bad for you all as they are for all of us around any of these cases they quote work. You remember that. Watch your personal info. Remember that they do have people in the chats working you all and marks and this and the other and shooting y'all like fish in a barrel and all that. That is always a thing with them. So do be careful and cautious and about what you say, what personal info you give out, even if it seems innocent, what they're compiling, you know. Trust me, they're there with you, and they hunt you just as well as they hunt us. Y'all have a good day, guys. Thanks for being here.